around the higher education space, and really to reiterate that as National Bank, we are here to have those conversations, to think outside the box, and to actually tailor-make very customized solutions for the higher education space, similar to what we have done with the tertiary side of education. So with those few remarks, I think I will pause there, and allow me just to take 2 minutes to allow my team to just quickly stand up. These are the two dedicated relationship managers who support me in managing institutions of higher learning. So between myself and them, I think we are open for conversation. So even during the break, please feel free to, let's start the conversation and let's see what we can do together. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moi. And now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. John Muse, the Senior Deputy Director of Budgets, National Treasury, to give his wand. Thank you.
Thank you for this time. I'm stepping in for my colleague who was not able to come. But the challenges are the same. But today, let it be a positive note. And when we talk about resource mobilization, the wing of the National Treasury, and you know, we ask ourselves, what is it that we need to do to bring in resources from that channel? We are aware that GOK financing with all the needs is coming down, and for sure, we are in the state we are, but we have options. We have options that we can leverage on. And one of the things is that, and I like the way research and innovation is really a key thing. And that is a premier thing that universities can leverage on to bring in external financing to their space. You know, when we talk about universities and big infrastructural projects, but yes, even that space I think can be done. But how do we do it? There are a few steps that we follow to bring in foreign financing. And foreign financing can be in 2-3 forms. We have commercial loans, we have concessional loans, we have grants. Sometimes you can get donations, but those ones more depend on the relationship between universities and the person who is donating. But let me take a little time to talk about concessional loans and grants. And the process is simple. You just start by identifying the problem. You know, we always solve problems. You cannot be financed without a problem. So you identify the problem. The good thing is that we are speaking with the top-notch minds of the society. So writing proposals is not a problem. So you have to write a proposal, then now engage the interested parties on the areas of interest that you want that financing for. Then now you will do a formal request to Treasury that you are intending to start this project. It's a massive project. You know, the good thing is that for projects that you can attract commercial or loans, it has to have return. You know, you must get a return from it because that loan has to be paid back. So what do you use to pay? You pay by the returns you get from the project or the program. But for universities, they might say, okay, so for me, what am I supposed to pay? For example, there are some critical areas of the economy that you can think about when you talk about engineering, when you talk about STEM courses, for example. How can you package your projects in such a way that they are able to attract foreign financing, either by way of mixed financing of grant and loan, or grant 100% or loan 100%. So in terms of the guidelines are clear. There is a step that we normally miss of ensuring that the project is in our approval, is approved by project implementation unit of the National Treasury, is that you have to go through certain processes of feasibility study, approvals, you must get the land, you know. Before you make that formal request, all those things need to have been done. But I think all this, you might know, I think the conversation now we need to have is that what is it that has made us not enter into that space? And probably contributions from your side or any questions that you have, I think will be more helpful for this. Otherwise, we have just identify the problems, do the proposal, do the request to Treasury, and then identify the sources, the possible financiers. For example, World Bank is here, AFD. You know, we have multiple financing agents that we can identify. You can do, then now Treasury will facilitate to have all this pool of people in the table. Then you negotiate. The negotiation process is given. Then once that approval is done, then you are good to go. But in terms of the budget, there is one process that we normally miss. These processes have to, you know, to start a project takes time. And you have to align it in such a way that it goes hand in hand with the budget process. So that the year runs from July to June, and then by June, maybe the time the chair of budget is receiving proposals is when now you are bringing those requests to Parliament to, like, we have this, we can be financed. But these are things that needed to have been done way before. And the budget process is just picks them up and then puts them in the line of financing. So that is what I can say for now. But more importantly, I think, what are the impediments that in your view you think either Treasury has not done well, that you need support? I think that is where identify the areas that need that foreign financing, and then we can have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mose, for those very good ones. Indeed, now we know the process of budgeting, what the National Treasury does, and why we should do things early so that we don't get time bad. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's my prayer to invite Ms. Naomi Metaisi, who will be joining us online. So I don't know whether she's on. Maybe connections can be done so that we listen to her. Please, yes, please, welcome. Thank you. Please go on.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me clearly. Great. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for not being there directly with you today. And thank you very much for the organizers to give us this opportunity to share more about the Green Jobs for Youth Pact and our work within the UNEP Youth Education and Advocacy Unit. So I'm just going to share some slides now. I hope you can see my screen. Oh, the host disabled me to share the screen. Or if the host can share the slides for me. Great, thank you so much. So I'm just going to share my slides now. Sorry for the delay. I hope you can see them. Great. So the Green Jobs for Youth Pact is to accelerate green jobs and skills for youth from the most marginalized and climate vulnerable groups. And it focuses on high impact and climate vulnerable sectors. The aim through the Green Jobs for Youth Pact is to enable policy frameworks, to push them for climate education as well as youth employment, to push the greening of businesses, as well as, this is what we want to focus on today, through education partners to focus on more green knowledge and more green skills. So why are we focusing on this? I think it's pretty evident, but we all need to act now to accelerate the green transition, and the potential for green jobs is huge. So from an ILO report, we saw that if, with the investments aimed at reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050, there's a potential to create 8.4 million jobs by 2030. And also I wanted to add that there is still a skill gap existing in the market, which means that the demand currently of employers is higher than the offer of green skills that is currently on the market. So how will we do that? So 3 UN agencies, the International Labour Organization, UNEP, as well as UNICEF, are joining strengths in order to fill this skill gap, as well as to make sure that we work with governments, as well as social partners, employers, private sector, and education partners, so you as higher education, in order to collaborate and reach these objectives by 2030, which are firstly to create 1 million new green jobs for youth, with a focus on young women. Second, to accelerate the greening of 1 million existing jobs. So this comprises also skilling of youth which are within the higher education system, as well as supporting young green entrepreneurs. So the Green Jobs for Youth Pact was launched at Stockholm 50, was launched at COP27. It's a legacy of Stockholm 50. It's co-designed and implemented with youth champions through a youth advisory group that come from various sectors. So the aim is to build and leverage existing programs, because there's a lot of great work that is already done in Kenya on the green skilling. And the aim is to focus on developing countries around these 3 different E's. So what is of interest for us today is education and green skills, as I mentioned before, to make sure that education partners equip the youth with employable skills and core skills for the green transition. So I just wanted to make sure that we focus on this slide, which is what is the ask from the education partners. We all invite you to join the Green Jobs for Youth Pact. We will be organizing a workshop in Kenya as a follow-up of this conference to make sure that we understand what is the role of higher education in this space, what are the great case studies that are already implemented in Kenya and when it comes to green skilling, and to make sure that we can all face together what are the challenges, and to make sure that we can also offer some resources and tools to reach these different objectives, which would be around green skilling. So we would love if education partners can audit themselves and upgrade their green skill offer in order to have the appropriate models and learning tools to support green skills development for young people. Secondly, it would be great if there was more enhanced capacity building for career guidance actors as well as teachers, so that there is more an improved school to green work transition. Third, with the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, Marina, who's online as well. So the different tools that we have, I can just present them very briefly, is Nature Positive Universities that was launched in collaboration with the University of Oxford, where we have already many universities that made some pledges at COP15 in December to act on restoring and conserving nature within their own campuses. And also we hope to broaden the program in order to upskill students in that area. We also have Race to Zero, where universities have been pledging by 2050, and we have already 1,124 universities on board. And then, of course, we will invite you to join, if it's not already the case, the Kenya Green University Network, with the co-chair being Strathmore University, which will assist you in also moving forward in your sustainability journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Metaisi, for those nice ones. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the time for members of this group to raise issues. You have any comment, you have any specific question, direct them to any panelist, please. It's the time to raise those questions. Maybe we can do it quickly because time is gone. In the next 15 minutes, we finish this so that any that was not clear, you can see clarification, any comments. So please, let's have 3-4 people. Yes, please. So you introduce yourself and you raise a comment, please.
Morning, everybody. Morning, everybody. My question is directed to Sith. It's amazing what UNES is doing, and I'm curious to know. I've read the University of Nairobi's internationalization strategy within the university 2018-2023 strategy. Now, I need to know, bearing in mind your sole role is to come up with more innovative ways in resource mobilization. What are you looking at attaining in transnational education, especially when it comes to internationalization? Because so far, what I'm seeing in internationalization is students coming in from the region, and at some point through research collaboration from outside the continent. But what programs have you set in place to create transnational educational programs whereby you can extend some of the programs that have been provided by the University of Nairobi in other countries?
Question? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, when we hear that Harvard University, they are being able to generate resources worth 3 trillion shillings, and here we are, then you realize that we have got quite some journey to walk. We have got to agree that over the years, a number of universities have tried to create IGU units for resource mobilization. My Vice Chancellor from Moi is here. Moi started that movement. Even, in fact, from the 90s, we had an IGU system at Moi University. Even my brother, the Vice Chancellor of Egerton, is here. They had started that, and you can name it and name it as we continue. My mother university, Moi University, does have land there, 1,000 acres and more. My brother from Egerton University, more than 3,000 acres of land. I keep here more than 1,000 acres of land. And we have got to agree that as much as we are being told that some of us, we don't talk, that we are being controversial, we have got to say the truth that we have not really come up with that business culture. That entrepreneurial culture among ourselves is a major challenge. And I really don't know how we can be able to do it. Another thing again, and I appreciate the presentation of the Vice Chancellor, Nairobi University, and I've got to say that probably we have got to understand in the future how we appoint our Vice Chancellors. Maybe we need to, one of the things we need to look at is apart from issues of academics and all that, we need to see these Vice Chancellors whether they have the capacity in mobilizing resources. In fact, that is done in American universities. You cannot become a president of a university unless you have got a very clear, track record in the area of resource mobilization. Now, the Vice Chancellor of Nairobi has really put it very clear on the area of leveraging technology in terms of being able to keep records and minimize wastage. It's very interesting, and I even saw it one time, Egerton University, when I was a member of the council there, Mr. Chairman. Egerton University had a lot of cows, but you find that there was no milk which was being produced from the cows. During the daytime, people would be doing mock milking. They would be just pretending to be milking the cows, but the real milking is done at night. At night, people are very busy milking the cows, the black market, and there are so many panya routes. The milk was being taken to Nakuru, being sold at night through the black market and theft. So, leveraging technology so that we are able to seal many of these loopholes, as the Vice Chancellor of University of Nairobi has done. And I think that has been one of the major success factors, that using technology to minimize theft, to minimize wastage, because basically we Africans, we are not accountable people. So let's see whether we can use technology to be able to kill that kind of disease, which I think the University of Nairobi, they are doing. Another thing again, the guy from Treasury, you are telling us that, we do proposals and all that. The process is very cumbersome, my dear brother. By the time you do a proposal for funding, you take it through our ministry, and by the time it goes to Treasury, it says in Treasury again, it returned back to the ministry that is not properly done, and then you send it back, and then it's turned back. A year has gone, 2 years have gone, and I said even yesterday that we need to simplify. We must simplify the processes of being able to write proposals and send them for funding externally and even internally. And I think the Treasury, the process is too bureaucratic, and at the end of it, we lose it. We have done proposals. In fact, the latest proposals, the PS, you know it. This project we are talking about, the UK Export Finance. The project the UK government is willing to fund about 5 universities in Western Kenya, which are training doctors, degrees in medicine. They are willing to fund, give us money, learning to billions, which is highly concessionalized money, to be able to assist these universities, Kisi University, Egerton University, Masinde Muliro University, and which other one? Maseno, and now Pomet. But I can tell you, we are supposed to get what they call a sovereign grantee. It has taken us now, we are going almost 3 years, we are losing the money, we are not getting that sovereign grantee. We have got a very good rationalized proposal. The funder is there, willing to give us the money, the UK Export Finance, but now this proposal has got to pass, goes to Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, go to Treasury, go to the AG, and up to now, and then from there, a cabinet memo is written, it is not working and the project is dying, the donor is almost giving up in terms of giving us those resources. It's very chaotic, and the reality is on the ground. And finally, one of the presenters there presented a very good diagram that triple kind of linkages: the government, the business sector, and the universities. In the realities in our part of the world, that is where now the biggest elephant in the room we have. There is no linkage. We don't have linkages between those three partners. Universities, even the counties, the counties are governments, for example. We are located in the counties. But you find that there are very few universities in those counties which are doing consultancy with those county governments. Instead, the county government go to look for consultancies, private consultancies, and some of them don't even do the work they're supposed to do. So how do we make sure that these triple kind of systems, the government, the business, and also universities, are working together so that we are able to promote sustainable resource mobilization? The challenges are there. We have got to be frank and see how we can be able to move forward. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I only see questions from this side. We have two this side. Can we have more to this side so that, yeah, there's one there, another one? I want all to give two. We can begin with you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and our PS, Chair of Departmental Committee on Education, all protocol observed. It's Professor Koske from Moi University, Vice Chancellor. Just a brief one. If I was to tell my story like Professor Kiama, I think I would take maybe 6-8 hours. But I want to encourage everybody, let's not throw in the towel, because challenges are there, enormous. And we really need help, PS and Chair of the Departmental Committee. First of all, to stabilize the institutions, because the way we are at the moment is we have a lot of issues, debts, everybody is knocking on our doors. So you cannot move forward, you cannot move backwards or sideways. So I think we really are pleading for maybe a solution in that direction as we look for solutions towards how do we sustain ourselves going forward. But more importantly, as Professor Kiama put, there are likely to be a lot of leakages in institutions. And looking back with my experience, and I believe most of us, institutions should actually anchor managing risks in their management of risks, whether they are financial, operational, maybe regulatory, strategy as well, security and fraud. Because if you look back, most likely we are just operating because we are operating. The institution is running, you are there, but most of us never thought of, for example, the PSSP that we keep talking about, the collapse of it. Nobody ever saw there would be one time when we don't have a PSSP. Financial management, the same. So I want to really, as we look for solutions, if all of us can look back, and this is my strategy at the moment in Moi, where I'm telling everybody from the sweeper all the way to the Vice Chancellor, where the risk from where you sit, how can you manage it? And that way then, we'll be able to maybe arrest some of the situations that we are going through, or that are likely to come in as we operate. So thank you. I wanted to just mention that management of risk in institutions is key.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm James Kongo, the principal for Mamangina University College. Thank you for the presentations, which are quite informative. And since today and yesterday, we have the honor of having our members of parliament I think one of the things that you realize in Kenya, even as David was talking about, institutions like Harvard, where they are depending so much on the endowment fund. I think it is a high time as a country, and this can be pushed by our members of parliament, so that we come up with legislation that will encourage the Kenyans and industries to be able to contribute to the universities. Can we try to come up with a benefit? Because that is what happened in the West. That when you give, then at least, especially on the aspect of taxation or other things, that person is able to be recognized. And that way, because one of the biggest problem we have, even as we try to raise funds for universities, you realize that even when I write research, that money will be coming from outside the country. But in Kenya, we have also so many organizations that can be able to do that. How do we encourage? How do we put up registration so that we encourage Kenyans themselves to give for the good of the society? Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I think we have final question. Oh my, we have so many questions. Okay. You ask, then we come here, then finally here. That will be all, please. You, aim, and final there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's another one. Oh my. Okay.
Yeah. My name is Paul Wainaina, Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge our peers and members of parliament. I have been listening to the conversation since yesterday, and I think it is important for us to remind ourselves why we are here. We are here because we need to have a funding structure that can support the universities. But I think we also need to understand where the rain started beating us. 2016, when actually universities lost revenue simply because of losing students. So when we are saying we have debts, we need to understand why we have those debts. But what we are asking, how can we have a structure that can support an education system? But we also need to understand that there are many stakeholders in education. We have the parents, we have the individual students, we have the government, and therefore we should not look at an educational system as an economic system. There are certain services. This is a service industry. There are certain things that go beyond economics. Education is supposed to bring out both economic potentials that we have, but also to prepare young people life in a society. There are certain programs that we have at the education system that cannot be quantified in terms of money, but they are important, and that is why the government is so important. That is why the government looks at these things very, very keenly. So what I'm trying to say is that after listening to my colleague, Professor Kiama, we almost felt that probably we have no problem in education. But actually, we have not said who is actually going to pay the price of education. Professor Kiama has told us what you can do to improve, but he did not talk about actually what we need from the government. And I think for us, we are going away from why we are here. We want a system that can support an educational system that is charged not only with economic values, but also other social values. And I think for me, this is really the issue. What has been told by Kiama, I think that is something that can improve. But it does not suggest that government should not come in. It does not suggest that students should not actually pay fees. I think all what we are saying is that education is very expensive, and we are looking at if the government is not able to foot the bill 100%, who else can do it? And I think looking at the benefits of education, we need really to go beyond just saying we need to make research commercial, we need to do this and that. Actually, we need to find a way of making sure that our educational system is able to serve both the economic aspect and also the social aspect. And I'm saying the social aspect may not necessarily be served by looking at education as an economic institution. So for me, we still need to find out before we leave this place who is going to pay what in the education system. What we are getting now is at least how we can improve. But before we leave this place, we have to assign who is going to pay what in our system, which is more than an economic institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have another question, and then finally we shall have final comments from back there. Please go on. Okay, you come last. Please go on. I think, okay, please.
Thank you, Chair of the session. My name is Professor Bosire, Chair, Meru University Council. I represent the chairs, at least this. Professor Kim, I think I want you to unpack one or two things here. It's best practice that in universities, especially very successful universities, there is this continuum or pipeline: research, innovation, incubation, IP commercialization. It's a nexus, it's a continuum, and at the end of the IP commercialization, there are the spin-offs. So if I put X number of funding at the beginning at the research level, through that pipeline, we get spin-offs. And those spin-offs translate into huge revenue. For example, Oxford University, the government puts, like, say, 5 billion, they get, the spin-off is 5 times. So 5 times 5, that tells you what exactly happens. Because research funds should create not only jobs, but income and contribute to economic outputs and of course create wealth. You mentioned that you have been able to generate 2 billion from, since you are very, I would say very progressive, strong leadership ability to change possibly the mindset of your faculty. At what point is this 2 billion? Is it at the research level or it's at the end of the continuum? Are these spin-offs? So, and if you can clarify that, I think another aspect we need to come out of here is what you are doing. Is it a model that our younger universities, because I believe University of Nairobi, I'm an alumni of University of Nairobi. Is it a model that we can, all of us, adopt so that we as the councils, we want to see that the same in our universities? I can say that my university, we are trying to establish that pipeline, research, innovation, and IP commercialization pipeline, but since yours is active, possible, so I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then finally, we have the final question here. Comment, please take the mic.
Thank you very much. I'll observe all the protocols and make a few observations. For those who've come today, my name is Professor Machuki. I work for the President's Council of Economic Advisors, and I'm branded UNES, and courtesy of University of Nairobi and Enterprise Services. Now, that is where my first observation goes to Seth. You made a presentation that was very revolutionary, but many of the participants are raising questions to Professor Kiama because he gave out some very practical steps that there is another hat that I wear in the council looking at all the state corporations and their physical impact to government, and members of parliament who are here understand that in 2013,
yielding something to talk about. And we have found ourselves neatly fitting within the university system. That we support the university mandate, and it's very clear the mandate of the university is teaching, research and community service. So we come in the component of community service, and it was a very deliberate decision by the council to have someone who is not faculty, who is available 100% of time to meet with partners to look for funding to support the funding gap in the universities. And we are in that journey. I won't really say that we have really reached there, but the journey is there. And the results of this journey, just to talk about what Professor Machuki was asking, we got a funding from USAID, very big fund, and we are working with the universities to reach out to the 47 counties. So these universities, we call them county proximate universities. I would just mention we have Technical University of Mombasa, we have Masinde Muliro University, we have Maseno University, we have Rogo University, we have Chuka University, and we are reaching out to the communities through that channel, and we mobilize resources from USAID to run a program called Health IT, digitizing the health systems within Kenya. That is driven by UNES through the faculty. So all the resource persons are experts in their areas, and they're solving a problem in the society. So in terms of resource mobilization, it's not only money alone, also the human resource and time, and providing solutions to the problems we are facing as a country. The other program we are running is a program with science technology parks, and we have pilot programs through the ministry in Konza, Technopolis Development Authority, and also Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. We are trying to set up industrial parks that would be helpful in transforming the country. I'm sure you know what Dedan Kimathi University is doing, and also Konza City. The other I would talk about is the good stories we are doing with Muranga University. We have now gotten into a partnership to be the special purpose vehicle to help them in terms of resource mobilization. So in terms of writing, winning bids, winning proposals, capacity building, working with them when they are going for pitching, we have gotten into an MOU with Muranga University to support in this. We are also working with the COOPs to see what are some of the strategies in terms of funding framework, and the CEO has been very helpful in this. And as a premier institution, we are lending a hand to all our brothers. I've been receiving several guests just coming to learn about UNES. Time would not allow me to really explain the journey we have walked, but I'm sure with time we can be able to share, and you can pay us a visit. We are on State House Road, opposite State House Girls, that's where the office is. We are always open to share knowledge and information. I just want to thank even Joy. She reached out to us because they know this UNES that can now engage with the industry, to even look at the international bodies. She referred some guests from outside the country to engage, and now we are getting into collaborations, and we want to see this going forward. I think this is the first time stakeholders are engaging on critical issues, and I'm sure as Professor Wainaina brought it, we will find a solution of who, when, and what needs to be addressed as an outcome of this workshop. I believe that education is not expensive. But if you believe education is expensive, try ignorance. That's when you realize that education is cheap. So I believe as stakeholders in the education sector, let us support the sector. The universities play a critical role, and the government has identified universities as critical. So I think as stakeholders, let us take up the mantle and drive with it. We have the opportunity to make transformation in this country, and I'm sure we are in the right direction as a country. We don't need to look for solutions outside. All we can do is maybe learn from them, benchmark from them, what is happening in Harvard, what is happening in Oxford, and localize that to our context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kiama. Maybe 1 minute, you give your comment, please.
Yes, thank you. Just to begin by clarifying something. When I came to speak, I had been asked to talk about some of the things we have done at the University of Nairobi. But to say I'm a champion of that intervention is needed, external intervention is needed to rescue the university and get them out of the hole they are in now. What I found is that I said, we must start getting out even as we are looking for help. Otherwise, we are going to drone. so that is the only thing. We remain there and we drone. So how can we start holding something and getting out so that we have some breathing space? Only. Because somebody asked, if you have all these solutions, how come you are still in problems? We are still in problems. We are still in the hole and not yet out. And just to also emphasize that the problem we are in now as universities, Honorable Mary and PS, it was designed. You get it from me? It was deliberate and designed that way. It did not just come. Some people say governance, some people say this. It was designed from Ministry of Education. From this pulpit, I have to clarify this by showing so that nobody says this and that, because I am part of looking for solution. CBAs were negotiated, finance in retrospect, and not forward. What do? You implement, you raise salaries and then you don't continue to pay higher salaries? You cannot do that. So, students that were passing were reduced in number. And only a few students were available for admission to the universities and public universities. And those who were available were also now taken to private universities, so that there is none available, particularly for many universities, to attract. University of Nairobi still had a possibility of attracting many. But there are those universities who are affected in a big way by those students being taken elsewhere. Yeah. Pension. CBA negotiated, but no pension money is included in the negotiated pension. So they were all designed, even failing the students, reducing capitation. University of Nairobi was reduced by 1.7 billion. Just like that. Even Treasury here, who are here, the report we get, they resisted it. They told the ministry that's not the correct way to do. The Ministry of Education still reduced capitation by 1.7 billion. From 6.2 billion to 4.5 billion. So I did not want to go to that one. Yeah. That one, I'm a champion of it. That the problem the universities are now was designed. And it must, we need intervention, and I believe that's why PS, you organize this meeting. We must find out an external intervention to first get the university out of the hole, and then working with them on a sustainable manner of how to continue going. So that we have to do together, and we had already explained that. So there were many things that were raised. Let's say, like, because of that issue was raised, where University of Nairobi is in a hole. University of Nairobi pay bill, salary bill every month is about 800 million. 800 million plus, which you have to pay. The government gives 464 million. 464. Out of 464, 186 is payee. Yeah. So you are left with just about 200 million thereabout. Yeah. So what do you do with that one? How do you pay for security? How do you pay for cleaning? How do you pay for this? How do you pay for this kind of thing? So it's a big problem. So even as we are talking here, I did not want to enter that. That I'm good in that one. I did not want to, when I was just giving what are some of the things we are doing so that we don't drone. Yeah. On research and the motivation of staff, we have a series of things. One of them is the issue of the people reform on motivating staff. And we are continuing to emphasize that even as you teach and you do all that thing, you need to grow as a person. And therefore you need to publish, you need to attract research, because that will be associated with you. If you teach collectively a class, that will be a different thing. You may not grow as a person. So as a person, in the people reform, we are encouraging research, we are encouraging publications, because that is yours. We are encouraging innovations. Later this year, I've been invited to visit the Technical University of Denmark. They came to visit me. And they are financing me to go there. They said every week they have a spin-off of 2 companies coming from the research taking place in the university. And I told them I want to come there and see again how can we drive the people reform in all the work that is happening, how can they translate it to commercialization? Yeah? So that again it is about an individual, it's about a person. So that 1-2 years you have seen you have started this business, you have written these papers, you have attracted these research grants, and you feel that you have the drive to continue to move on. We started also the University of Nairobi Foundation in order to see how we can raise money from our alumni and also the philanthropic organizations. So there are many things that are happening, but Professor Machoki and my friend, we must find out how to get universities out of the hole as they are now, because, as I conclude, they were put into that hole by Ministry of Education. Asante sana. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. I think the questions are, maybe we can have just 1 minute from Mr. Moses to, I think you had a question, and then that will be all.
Yeah, okay. It is not cumbersome. That's what I can say. If all of us seated together, Professor Akama, you know, I also come from Kisii, but for sure, CEO, you answered my question, is that it can be cumbersome or easy, depending on how you put all the stakeholders together. I'm sure if I knew about your problem, I would have told you what to do to make sure that it is sorted. So let us, maybe Madam Pierce and the team, I think continuous engagement is good. And now that we know that it is a problem in some of the processes, maybe we need to engage in a session where now we can discuss about how to process proposals from end to end, so that Treasury is a facilitator. Treasury cannot be an obstacle in mobilizing resources, because that is our business. Thank you.
So thank you very much, members, and that comes to the end of the this session. Can we put our hands together and clap for the panelists, please? Come on, round of applause. Thank you very much. Please, you can take your seats. And now I want to invite Mr. Monali, the CEO, to take over from there. Thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbui. We will have a session before we have our tea, and that session will be presented by our PS, because we have a keynote speaker who wants to give us words of wisdom. So I'll kindly request and humbly request PS Dr. Beatrice Nyangala to come up front. Thank you.
And we used to say, where are these policy makers? Because there seemed to be a divide. And academics would be talking to themselves, and policy makers would be talking to themselves. And so it was very difficult for us to really get what we want heard up there. And maybe that explains why we are where we are. But now we are really blessed that our members of parliament are here. They have listened to us. And I can assure you that we're going to make progress. This is not mere rhetoric. It would be my humble pleasure right now to invite all our MPs. You're welcome. Honorable Wario, you're welcome. Honorable Obara, you're welcome. Honorable Kipchumba, you're welcome. So they have heard, and this really makes our life easier because Mheshimiwa said that you should, check the budget that we bring. But when we do, we meet something called a resource envelope. You need 46 billion, a billion for each of the universities for development, but your resource envelope is 26 billion. Then that is where the problem lies. So Waheshimiwa, I'm glad you're here. We are going to defend our budget before you on Monday. I'm not putting you on the spot. You just came at the right time. You have this very honorable duty to help our universities, and the journey begins on Monday when we come to you with our papers. So I will invite our Waheshimiwas to say just a word again, and then I will finally come back again and invite our Chair of Education and Research Committee to give a keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. Come over and greet. Then we'll have Kipchumba, and then lastly we'll have Honorable Mbaka. Then I will also give my view on sustainable university funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the Departmental Committee on Education, PS, the Chancellors, the organizers of this event. Good morning. Yes, I'm here to represent the Budget and Appropriation Committee. We got an invitation yesterday. You know, the work of making budget is Parliament. So coming to this event has really enlightened us. You know, Professor Kiema, where is he? Professor Kiema, yes. He made my day. You know, talking of practical things, universities raising funds through investment. I was also challenging maybe these feasibility studies done by the government parastatal organization, it should be given to the universities to conduct those research so that the money can. Also, the other thing we have discussed as Parliament, we said no funds should go to the private universities. The funds for government should be going to public universities, because that is the only way. If you go to secondary schools, there is private secondary schools, private, primary schools, and we have public schools. If you go, the government send capitation, they send to public schools, not private schools. So, as budget committee, we came to listen, but the concerned department is education, led by able chair, Mr. Meli. We will actually work together so that we can fill those holes as Parliament. Thank you. And may God bless you. Thank you.
The PS, the Chairman of Education, the Professor Zoya, good morning. My name is Timothy Kipchumba, the Member of Parliament, Marakwet West, and also a member of the Committee on Education. Now, I only have one challenge. The other week, as a committee, we met with the Teacher Service Commission, the TSC. Now, there was an issue that came up, and I want to bring it up today. The question is on the aggressiveness of our universities in Kenya to look or to source for funds. There was a program that was initiated by the Teachers Service Commission called the Teachers Professional Development Program, the TPD. Now, the TSC has initiated a program that invites teachers to an annual TPD program. Now, what happened is the TSC advertised inviting public institutions, and in particular public universities, to offer the program. Now, to our surprise, we were informed that only a few universities in Kenya advanced interest to offer that program. When a single teacher is charged 6,000 shillings. Now, if you calculate the entire teachers who will benefit from that program, it amounts to the total amount is 4.5 billion Kenya shillings. That program, the universities that were elected or that qualified to offer that program was Kenya University, Riara University, and 2 other public institutions. And the question is, we asked why, and the 4 universities that qualified were from Nairobi. The question we directed to TSC was, why have other universities outside Nairobi not qualified or granted or awarded the tender? They said they did not participate, they did not advance any interest. So I will also call upon our universities. I don't know whether the same is true, because 4.5 billion shillings would be able to help our universities get the funding. And I think to the county executive, we should be able to design, or they should be able to design programs that at the end of it will be geared towards benefiting our public, and of course also support private universities, so that they can be able to benefit from such kind of they can be able to be awarded those tenders, so they can be able to benefit. So as much as we also want to support you as Parliament in terms of reviewing our legal framework to be able to assist our universities, we also call upon the universities to be aggressive so that such government programs can be able to benefit our public universities. Otherwise, thank you so much, and I look forward to having a great engagement. In terms of increment of fee, university fee, I am a consumer of public university programs. I think it is reasonable to the extent that fees should be increased, to the extent that it promotes our public and private universities in Kenya, because that is a source of income that we cannot be able to run away with. And we must be able to buy the bullets. It will not be easy. They will demonstrate, they will picket, but at the end of it all, we must be able to buy the bullet, because at the end of it all, if the economy is not growing in this country, then there will be no development expenditure that may be able to satisfy our universities. We must look at our own sources of income, and we must be able to talk to Kenyans that we are facing challenges in terms of the economy and so many other things, and therefore at some point we must be able to bite the bullet and of course have a reasonable and progressive fee increment. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
I was just inviting them to say hi. It looks like they'll make a speech. Honorable Mbaka, just only 1 minute, kindly.
Good morning, everybody, to the PS and all of us who are here. Yesterday, when I walked into this hall, I found Professor Ochola talking, and he said something that touched me, and I think I'm going to pursue it. money that has been budgeted for and has been approved by Parliament, or money which has been allocated, is never disbursed 100%. Somehow, by the end of financial year, you have not received what was allocated. My question is, that is the question we will pursue later, why is that money never disbursed 100%? What happens? I think the Treasury has an answer to that, and we will pursue that, what normally happens, so that money allocated is never disbursed. I want to conclude because we are taking too much time. The chair is agitated here. I just want to say that our role in Parliament are three. One is to represent wananchi, or areas we come from. But when we get to Parliament, we represent every cadre, all walks of life. So we represent you. The next role is to make laws. And the third one is to oversight the government. I think I'm seeing that the three functions are working here. We are here to represent you. We will speak for you in Parliament. We shall fight for you. We shall make sure that what you require, what you recommend here, we also push it in Parliament so that we improve our education. Higher education is collapsing. Money is not there. Yesterday again somebody said without money there is no progress. We shall fight for you because we are educationists, we are with you, we are one of you. We shall make sure that higher education is improved and that it becomes an excellent institution the way other universities outside this country is. We need to have universities that are recognized, that we are proud of, that even when we finish our role in politics, we can come back and join you and teach with you. So we are together in this process. Asante.
Thank you so much. Let me applaud my colleagues for their contribution. Mine is going to be sort of questions. I'll just prick your minds severally on issues that affect university education. But I want to just say that as everyone has talked, I don't think we have money. And money has a characteristic of being scarce. That's why it is money, is it? And money is not a solution. As my colleagues have said, I also applaud Professor Kiama. It is not money that has made him stand. It is courage, it is being bold, it is being decisive. So some of the issues that I know I want to put across will actually not be very juicy and good to a number of us, but we must take them up. Because some of these institutions will grow or fall under your leadership. You must choose to either be very bold, be very forthright, and have your institution out of the mud, or agree to look good, to impress people, and by the end of the day, your institution falls with you. So, I just want to say this, that I'm very delighted this morning that I am here today. I looked forward to coming to this conference just also to be amongst many Kenyans who have talked about universities for the future, sustainable university for the future. This is what every Kenyan look forward to. A university that is vibrant, a university that has a lot to offer the young people, a university that has a promise, a university where the lecturers, the professors, the innovators, and the researchers reside in, and they intermingle, and where it is the home of industry, home of innovation. That is the university which everyone looks forward to. Not a place where we'll have a lot of lamentations. I think I sat here. I remember the way Jeremiah was lamenting. He lamented a lot. But finally, when he was told, when another guy was told about building the wall of Jerusalem, many people didn't take him seriously. But he was bold. And the wall was constructed. And the people got protected. So I want to just say that, Madam PS, I want to acknowledge that this conference provides a forum to articulate issues relating to differentiated unit cost model for universities and strategies to ensure its effective implementation and address current university funding gaps. I think that one, we are all here to look into those. The importance of this first biennial Kenyan Universities Funding Conference cannot be overstated. It provides a strategic platform, and the platform I think we've had all of us from yesterday when I sat here, a number of you who sat here and who took us through what was on the screen was quite very interesting, very incisive, very informative. That the stakeholders involved in funding higher education, and I think the Higher Education Loans Board is not here. I think Ringera was here yesterday. The struggles that you go through. I asked a few minutes ago, what are the percentages for both private and public? And I was told the public is 48%, which is supposed to be 80%, and the private 17%. And I was asking myself, the private is subsidizing government. Then I asked myself, why do you allow yourself to subsidize, yet you are not supposed to? You are given 10,000 students and they give you 17% of the fees. Then you employ 2,000 lecturers. You look for 2,000 service providers. You pay electricity bills. You pay for maintenance of halls. What did you get out of it? Like the way Strathmore, UNISA, what do you call it? United States International University is doing. Because this is very small money. And I tended to agree with my colleague here that pragmatic steps needs to be taken. Why should you agree to be given 17% of the cost of running a student and you take in 10,000 students? We've done a very thin spread in government, and I think I want to question the University Funding Board. What's the need? You give private 17, you give government 48. Why did you put this money to be enough for one person? I remember one time when we came to Parliament, I have a colleague of mine who said he felt that he wanted to be re-elected. So he wanted to please everybody. So every student in the constituency of Obasari got 2,000 shillings. I told him that is not practical. Because 2,000 shillings, the student will come back home the next day. Say, no, everybody will be happy. Why don't you give money that is enough? Is it? And let's move forward together. And I want the private universities to look at it this way. Government has given you a resource that is not enough for you. Two, you've constructed those halls, those lecture halls, those libraries, using your own resources. But the government looks like they want to fund you, but it's not going to assist you in any way. When you look at where the rain started beating us, I just want to go there. 2013, 2014, most of the professors who are here, I know you very well. I know your capacities. I do agree that the Ministry of Education messed the university sector. When all of a sudden the student population dropped, and I think here we have professors who have done, they are professors of measurement, evaluation, and assessment. And in any evaluation and assessment, you cannot tell me that there is the normal curve. And then all of a sudden, it is completely skewed. And everybody fails an exam. Whom do you blame? You first of all has to, and any examination process, you have a process. You have the examiner, you have the student, you have all the participants. All of a sudden, the student population in universities drop down. So as we move forward, I want to ask this question. Is it worth the private universities to get a paltry 17% of the 80,000 and then you run the risk of employing thousands of lecturers, thousands of caretakers at the university, running the students there, and you are not able to sustain them? Are you able to go back your way, the way Strathmore and the other universities are doing, and let the government have the remaining cake and move on? That's a question which I'm posing to you. Two, indeed universities have for a long time been dependent on the exchequer, funding and students' tuition fees. However, funding to universities has remained constant over the years despite the increased population. The cake is the same. The funding is almost at 50 billion shillings. The student population is ever increasing, we all know. Ever increasing at a rate of almost 10% per year. DUC is expected at 80%, it dropped to 60, I'm told now it is 48. Next time it will be below that. As the economy is now, I know very well, and I think the economic advisor is here, things don't look good. What do we do? That's why I want to really ask you, especially on the various streams that you said yesterday, funding streams, the grants, the endowment funds, and all that. But one major thing that I want to ask the professors who are here is you really need to close the leakages. Universities have been accused, especially on governance, that you have unnecessary staff. Why don't you reduce this staff, grow the university, and re-employ them in future? Instead of them dying with you, why don't you give them a handshake to go? One case the PS told me is a case of Moi University where the salary is increases 100 million per month. Is it? You have a deficit of 100 million per month. Per year, yes? Yes, 120 million per month. Per year he has a deficit of about 1.4 billion. If you just do a shake-up, what will the cost be? Maybe it will be a cost of maybe 600, 700 million and the excess workers go. It will have saved you and it will have saved the government and will now make the university efficient. I want you to think through. I think that is the case for Madam Piers and the university and all of us. Most of the policies you will take are not going to be very popular. But this time we take them up. Even the school fees. I and my colleagues do not like pronouncing in public there. But I want to tell you it is important that fees be reviewed. Because let's be realistic. If you are paying 16,000 in high school, a student leaves Alliance Boys to University of Nairobi. At Alliance Boys, the parent was paying 40,000. He arrives at University of Nairobi, fees is how much? 16,000. Even the parent feels, what has happened? Can we sit down and look at something that cannot hurt the society, cannot also hurt the students, and it can sustain the universities? That one we will support in that particular area. There is also need for university to diversify and mobilize resources from other sources within and outside the country through partnerships to ensure universities remain sustainable for the future. I think this one has been said. I think you've heard online presenters, and I think there is a new area which I want you to look into, and I think yesterday we discussed on the sidelines with Professor Yao of NACOST. There is nothing as good as research and development. If you go to many parts of the world, that is where the real source of money is. The only thing you need to do is to motivate, you engage in enterprise, every innovation that you have, and I think Rwanda has done very well on this. Every innovation that you have, you commercialize. And then two, you also make enterprises. Kenyatta University came up with Kenyatta University Hospital. University of Nairobi also has its UNES. Other universities have their enterprise wing. how much does that bring to the university fund or the pot of funding? If the hospital, for example, how much does it bring to the university itself? Some of the income generating activities can be very good and actually sustain those particular universities. From the legislative perspective, the committee acknowledged the numerous challenges facing universities in Kenya and is committed to engaging with the stakeholders. And I want to note with concern, especially inability of universities to attract funding as a result of legislative bottlenecks. I think everybody has decried that. And I think the National Treasury is here, the Economic Advisor is here, we are here in Parliament, and the PS is here. Can we unravel, can we untie that particular issue? If the issue concerning Kisii University, Professor Nangulu yesterday talked about professors coming in from foreign countries, for them even to have their papers just be approved, it takes years. Can we, before we leave this particular discussion, can we have a very clear way on how foreign grants, foreign concessional monies can easily be accessed by institutions? Two, let's also make laws on how to attract local endowments. If the Njonjo Fund, for example, and Kibaki Fund requires very small legislative procedures, why don't we agree? Those are, I want to say, those are low-hanging fruits that this meeting will be able to achieve them. Just actionable. Who will do it? What part of law do you want it to be changed? So that we take it up through our committee and the Office of the Attorney General. So that you can attract even 100 or 20 billion shillings to the 5 universities in Western Kenya very easily. And the issue of government centralized exchequer funding should be fading away. I want to ask that as the years move by or go by, the central funding by exchequer should be something that we want to win the universities out. And I think that was the vision in Vision 2030. In the previous, the third administration of Kibaki, he said the universities have been to be weaned on depending on government. This is the time now you need to learn that there is no time other than this one. Devise your ways of developing other sources of income. And the best way, let us have very good legal procedures, regulatory procedures, and even policy at the policy level. What areas do you want the PS to undertake that will promote the easy generation of income in the institutions? I also want to point out that our committee has continued to support the Ministry of Education and more specific university education during the 12th Parliament. And a number of issues came up. And every other time that there were issues concerning university education, we took it up. One case that we fought, we decided to fight with you a lot, was the issue of change of taking councils, or taking the recruitment of vice chancellors, professors from the councils to Public Service Commission. By that time I was a chair, and I believe it was wrong to go into the Public Service Commission, because the councils were quite able, they were understanding, and they could do it better. However, there are certain issues that we felt also the ministry has actually done quite wrong, especially in universities, especially appointment of having acting vice chancellors for quite so long, universities not having councils, and universities not having the officers that are supposed to be substantively appointed. When you have an officer acting for so long, it is quite not good. That's why we want to say that every other time when there is a vacancy arises, let it be filled competitively and the institution runs. They normally say that nature abhors a vacuum. Every other time an institution has somebody who is acting and he doesn't have the mandate, he always gets a lot of being bullied around because he feels that he owes one or two people for his position. Let us take that very seriously. And I want to say that on the legal aspect of the issues that affects the universities, the Committee on Education, the committees in Parliament, and Parliament in general are willing to have laws that are very good for the furtherance of a sustainable university. Laws that are quite good for making sure that universities engage in enterprise, engage in research, engage in activities that are going to promote teaching and learning institutions. The other issue that I want to really say is that education is the supreme vehicle for national development. And we all know that in Kenya today, the government invests about 4.8% of GDP on education. And education as a service, education as a service combined with the hotels and all the others, contribute about 50% to the GDP. Agriculture 22%, industry 16%. I think you've seen, and I think all of us can see this, when a university goes down, the surrounding towns also does what? They collapse. Or you have not seen this? It is practical. You don't need to go to an institution of higher learning to see this. Your presence in any particular area is quite impactful. The moment a university has problems, sneezes, the local markets, the local villages, and the local surrounding also does what? Catches the cold, or it doesn't. I've seen a number of vibrant market areas or towns that have just gone down. I think let me give an example of Eldoret. Eldoret is a university town. When we had so many campuses within town, Kisii, JKU CAT, and everybody else, there was a lot of marketing, a lot of money in town. The moment all those campuses were brought down, the student populations was not there, the businesses in town also went down. The supermarkets did not attract. The vendors and all that. So what I want to say is that as a government, and I think a number of you participated in the Education Charter Manifesto of Kenya Kwanza. I know Professor Kiama, myself, Munavu, and many other people. One of the things that this government wants to do is to ensure that the sector thrives, not for now, but for generations to come. And for that to happen, we must take bold steps to reform it. We must reform it, and we must make sure that the areas that you are supposed to participate in, and I think the economic advisor is here, purposely, to pick the issues that are very pertinent for their sector. We are picking what is pertinent to ours. You have what you have to do as a governance expert. Most of you are very good in governance. And then we come up together with a very clear way forward, so that as we move ahead, we'll have a university that would outlive the professors who are here and even ourselves who are seated here today. So I want to ask you that let this forum be as engaged, as consultative, and to make deliberations that are actually very clear and very achievable. To finish, I just want to point out that there is need to, during this particular deliberation, to come up with very comprehensive, actionable points that the Ministry of Education has to take, the National Treasury has to undertake. There is something that I want to comment about National Treasury, that as much as National Treasury is the custodian of the purse comes from the National Assembly, and the purse originates from the Constitution. We tax the people through the finance bill. The proposal in the finance bill explains how the people will be taxed, and the appropriation bill that we pass proposes how the taxes will be used. So there are two bills that are very critical in the financing process in this country. The finance bill states clearly how many taxes, which areas are we going to tax, how much do we expect. And then the proposals on what we have taxed and how we are going to spend. It is criminal and illegal for a proposal that you are going to remit 100 million, you fail to remit 100. If you fail to remit 100, come back to Parliament through a supplementary estimate and say, yes, I wasn't able to meet the tax targets. I managed to collect 50 million. Therefore, you have to do a supplementary estimate again and say, we have reduced the funds. But if the funds, if there is no supplementary estimate, if there was no any other proposal, and the ministry is supposed to remit 100 million, and they don't remit it by the end of the year, I think it is very wrong, it is criminal, and actually that person is supposed to be sued, not to have paid that money. And I know we have various problems with revenue targets that we do not get as a country. If the targets are not met, that's why we have a supplementary estimates now. And the National Treasury is allowed. I think the officer was here. Was it who? Yes. Is that not the procedure? If you do not meet revenue targets, you come back to Parliament and ask us to review the appropriation downwards. And we do that. But if you don't review the appropriation downwards and you do not remit the appropriated money, what recourse do you have? Maybe you can tell us. Maybe you can come here and tell us. Because I felt that is quite wrong. Because you have no recourse to it. Maybe there is another recourse which you do not know as a leadership. Yes, maybe you can come. Or you have something. Or you will answer that question when I clear. Yes. Lastly, there is something I wanted to respond to, especially on the green economy. The greening economy is the economy where the world now is heading to. And it's the economy where we have a lot of resources. Carbon credits, millions of jobs are there. I would want to challenge the universities to really venture into that new field. And I want NACOST to really lead the way because it is our national research body. It could be good that you be able to form linkages with all the national universities as NACOST and develop and take them towards that particular field of green economy and ensure that the universities get money. The issues of endowment funds, I don't want to belabor so much about it, but it is quite good. We have Kenyans of means. Kenyans who are very rich. Kenyans who have resources. I want you to, in your own ways, to look at individuals who want to have their names to be known for generations. Approach them, and they can give you resources. And there are advantages that comes up with an endowment fund. Tax exemptions, and many other issues that come with it. The only thing is, maybe you develop a policy and a framework within each and every university on how that particular endowment fund and processes can be done. So with those few and many remarks, I want to thank you for inviting me. I want to register my appreciation, especially for the convener, the University's Funding Board. It's quite good to engage, to share experiences, and to really get to know what is happening at the universities. And I know the government, through the PS, knows that we really want to support the universities to get out of the woods. I gave you an example yesterday that universities in Canada have visited our committees almost 3 times in a row in about 3 weeks. And what they want as students. Estonia has also done the same. I want all the universities to be very aggressive. And the Module 2 program should actually be out in earnest. Those Module 2 programs should, I believe, they are very important. There are some parents who do not want to take their students on a regular program. They can take them to private universities. I'm a parent and I have my students, I normally take them from my village to University of Eastern Africa, Baraton, on Module 2 program. And they do very well. They have a very good nursing program which is popular outside there. The same thing, can you attract students? The case of teachers. Can we sit down with the Teacher Service Commission under TPD? You can agree within your regions, teachers are about 400,000 in this republic. If you sit down and calculate 6,000 shillings, for example, under that program, time is 50,000, time is 400,000 teachers. That's how much? 6,000 times 400 is about? Yes? Yes, it comes around 4.5 billion shillings. That is no small money. But you know very well that you are not having any new thing. What you have the teachers, you have the buildings, you have everything. So that's an income already to your institution. That is why we must think outside the box and make universities running immediately, not take long. For the foreseeable future, there are certain low-hanging fruits for the short term. And I think the National Treasury is here. We are posing to you a question. I don't know, you might not answer it now. The issue of taxes, the payee. This, you didn't remit the payee yourself. So the payee is within government, is it? So if it is within government, decide to do what? To write it off. Certain statutory deductions. Those are the low-hanging fruits. If you are going to remove them, if Kenya Power owes or you owe Kenya Power a lot of money, we can sit down, agree with the national government. From there on, then you move forward. I like the way one of you said in a few minutes ago that after the, what do you call, drastic measures on management you did, you are able now to pay the cooperative societies, you are able to pay the bank loans for the workers, you are paying, now you are moving on very well. I want to ask the Minister of Education to really also protect, not protection from anything, but from being taken over. You know, we have so many problems the Vice Chancellors go through. If they do the reforms, the next thing that will happen is a lot of political canvassing, that he should be removed for sacking our people. He should be done this for doing this. Those are the things you need to do. If somebody has done something very good and the university is sustainable, can you give him the applaud and the way to go? Those are the issues that I want to say. Thank you so much, and asanteni sana. Maybe we can get a few questions, if any. Asante.
You'll agree with me that our Honorable Chair cares about us, has given us food for thought, and our honorable members, member of the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the members of the Education and Research Committee. Let us give them a resounding round of applause. Chair, I know after a keynote speech there's usually no questions, but because you're going to leave shortly, maybe we will allow 4 questions. This is a very singular opportunity that the members get to interact with you, and so I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear from you. So, Professor 1, and then Baraton, and then, yeah, okay. 4, we already have the 4, yeah? So after that, no more questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Good morning. My name is Robert Gateru, Vice Chancellor, Riara University. And I'm really grateful to the members of Parliament for bringing up some issues. But you'll allow me, and because private universities have been mentioned in some cases adversely, for you to give us a right of response or reply. And honorable members, I would really request that as we are living here, let us come out of here while addressing the real issues affecting our education sector. And I would really request that one of the things that we should avoid is to live here under the thinking that private universities are part of the problems of public universities. Private universities are not part of the problems affecting our public universities. And we have all come from these public universities. The challenges are so systemic, and I think Professor Kiama alluded to that, designed from the Ministry of Education, and we must start to address those real issues and how they came about. One of them being when the government decided to sponsor every C+ and above, when the government does not have resources. Before 2016, there used to be cut-off points for those who will be sponsored to go to the university. But then 2016 onwards, the government decided to sponsor every C+ and above. So, and the government does not have the resources. So that is not a problem of the private universities. It is government that made that decision. Secondly, we have private universities are complementing government efforts. And across the world, private universities have contributed immensely to the GDPs of countries. Just giving an example of the US, most of the universities we are quoting here from the US are not public universities. Harvard is not public. MIT is not public. Stanford is not public. They are all private universities, including the likes of Yale and Princeton and others. These are top private universities, and you can imagine the contributions of MITs and Stanfords to the growth and development of the US. All these apps we are using here, Google, Microsoft, most of these are from Stanford, Silicon Valley. So private universities complement government efforts in building the economy. And we must not seem to want to kill private universities in order to raise or revive public universities. We must pinpoint exactly where the challenge is. And one of those other areas, of course, is culture transformation in our institutions. I'll just give a very brief example of what we did at RIARA during COVID and how we've been able to survive. You talked about the 17%. I'll not go into the depths, but personally, through the salary cuts we had, as a Vice Chancellor, I was on 50% of salary for 2 years. For 2 years, 50% salary to be able to shepherd the institution to where we want it to be. And during that time, we even increased salaries of some of the junior staff for them to be motivated. During COVID, we broke even as a private university. We broke even during COVID because of actions we took to be able to manage costs, motivate staff, and raise more funds. So we must get to that point where we now start to see what models works. I'll give just a brief example, kindly, if you allow. In the health sector, we do not hear public hospitals complain that they're struggling because patients get an HIF to go to private hospitals. You're given an HIF. If you choose to go to a private hospital, you go, and your specific amount. Why can't we use some of these models and be able to protect something that is very, very, very important, the freedom of choice by a student? Why do we want to force students to go take programs that they have not chosen? The students who come to private universities come out of their own free choice. And denying that choice from the students is something that the members of parliament need to grapple with by forcing a student to take a program that they have not selected. So we must protect that freedom of choice. So let us be able to treat the real causes. And my recommendation is, number one, the government should stop the idea of sponsoring every C+ and above. Find a way of getting those who require the funding and fund those. And number two, sponsor according to the needs of the student, not according to where they are going, but protect their choice. Let them study wherever they go, and private universities will contribute to the GDP of these countries we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We want to appreciate what our leaders are saying. We are very glad
important that private universities are subsidizing the government. And for sure, 17% and 8%, there is a lot of, there is a big difference. But what we would like to mention, yes, that actually, as I believe, as both private universities and government, if you go through the document of the funding, page 7, that is Roman 7, you see that table, you will see that in this table, the approved budget, is 44 million. That's for the 2022-2023 for the public universities. And student average amount per student is 123. Now, when you go to the next page, you will realize that the approved budget is 3 billion. And average per student is 49. So, even if, as the Honorable Chair said, private universities are pull out, even if private universities are able to pull, what you are reducing is only 3 billion, while the deficit is over 60 billion. So to me, private universities are the problem. We have to fix the problem somewhere in order to take care of the problems that we have. So even if we say that, most of the people they think that private universities, they are taking students, but actually how much are they taking? It is only 3 billion so far. So, but the problem is, if we are not able to work on the real problem, the issues, we will be deviating, moving from one corner to another. Another thing I would like to mention, lastly, Piers, I'd like to mention that even in private universities, we are working on how to reduce our problems. We don't come really, because we handle our issues within. For example, when I joined Baraton, I reduced the workforce from 602 workers to 360 workers. And my wage bill came down. I had to do a lot of restructuring in the institution in order for the universities to survive. So therefore, there are other strategic turnaround decisions that we have to take in order for the university to manage this, to manage the university. For example, I have to assess how much am I getting, and then how much am I required to spend. And I think that is very critical. The problem lies with also the institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rajab. So we'll have Prof. Rajab. Prof. There's a Prof who was asking a question down there, and then Prof. Muluvi will finalize.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Rajab, the Vice Chancellor, Pwani University. I'll be very brief. I'd like to re-echo first what Professor Kiama has said and shared with us, and what he has done. What he has shared with us is that the problem which public universities are currently facing was man-made by ourselves, and most of us are in a hole. Now, he has also shared with us that he has been trying to come out of the hole. What he has done, he has stopped digging further, but he's still in the hole. So what we need is we need to be pulled out, and then we implement all these very good suggestions and recommendations made here so that the universities can be sustainable. But we have been pushed into a hole. That party which pushed us there needs to help us so that we are pulled out. Now, another thing which I wanted to share is the legislation currently governing all of us. We're expected to generate money, do income generation, but the legislation which is governing us is tying us down. I gave this example when we talked to the economic team last time in Nairobi, that as Pwani University, we acquired an equipment which can produce about 30 tons of animal feeds a day. We have a herd of cows in Pwani. We sit on 600 acres, but we cannot make money from that land, neither from our animals. Because by the time we manufacture one bag of animal feeds, it's more expensive than the one which is sold outside the institution. We cannot make animal feeds economically because of our procurement system. By the time we buy the additives, the proteins to add in, they are very expensive because of our procurement framework. Something has to be done if we are to compete with the private sector, because whatever we do is more expensive than the private sector. The other thing which we are also told is, as I said, we sit ourselves and many of the other universities sit on large trunks of land, but even leasing the land out, the legislation currently governing us is tying our legs. We cannot move. I think we need to look into those. As I wind up, there was a member mentioned about TSC, and only 4 universities expressed interest. I want to speak on behalf of Pwani. We did express interest, but those universities which were selected are based in Nairobi. And I complained that maybe Pwani is Kenya at that time. So we did express interest, and let it be put on record. Thank you.
Well, recognizing the peers and the chairman of parliamentary committee. First of all, I must say that this is a very productive meeting. And I want to reiterate what Professor Rajaba just said. We are here because of a problem. All these future things we can do to get out of that problem are the things that we need to discuss today. But we still have to deal with the problem that we have today. It has been said over and over again that the universities have debts to the tune of about 60 billion. Whatever we do today in terms of cost savings and what have you will not take us out of that. We need to get out of that and then move forward. Having said that, I want to protect my chairman of parliament. I don't think that the chairman said that the private investors are a problem. I think what the chairman said is that he is actually concerned that we are spreading this thing too thin and that the private investors maybe are not benefiting. And he also went ahead and mentioned 1 or 2 successful private investors which are not even participating in this program. And I also say that some of the most successful investors around the world are private, yes, but they are not private based on government funding. They fund themselves there, and they are now benefiting from the government in other ways, in form of consultancies, research, and what have you, which is not happening even in this country. I think it is our responsibility. We accept, as public universities, we accept private investors as our partners in development. And I think we must always remain that way. I want to encourage Riara, which is already a very good university, to perfect itself and attract students based on your excellency. You are in a position to actually outdo us in a very short time because you have much better, a much easier system, much simpler system than we have with the public universities. So I thought it looked like the private universities felt threatened. I don't think that the chairman meant to threaten private universities. I thought the chairman was bringing up an issue which was apparently meant to help the private universities in sympathy that they're getting a very little portion of what they should be getting. And I thought that the private university would have asked for more if they but not feel threatened by the chairman of Parliament. You are well protected by this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam PS.
and also Chair and members of the Parliamentary Committee, fellow VCs, and all the guests present. Just two quick thoughts. One is that even as we talk about whether government will give, also, and Tim Kirohe, I'm here as a chair of, as a vice chair of Vice Chancellor of International Leadership University, sorry. Just a quick one, two things. One, I think the observation, and having listened to Professor Kiama and others who have done reform, I think the issue is, we must also agree, there's an issue of reforming the values and ethical systems, courage, things like that around our institutions. And it's not just about university leadership, it's the whole country. Corruption is a big deal. Unfortunately, we are giving very little attention to the soft issues in our country. Even as we talk about going to STEM and so on, that is important. But our problem is not lack of knowledge, it's lack of good values as a country. Many of the programs that we teach, there's very little that's approved to do with values, ethics, and so on. So people have the qualifications, the skills, the competencies, but they use them to destroy our country. So I think this is a question of maybe both the contribution of CUE and all of us in terms of the values and ethical system, because that's where the courage, that's where the commitment to do what is right, even when it is painful or threatens us, will come from. And I think that's an issue we haven't addressed fully, and so on. It's a side issue, but I think very important to drive the reforms that we are seeking to do to move towards sustainability. The second issue is just to mention that I thought coming here that our institution is the only one that has, some pending bills, so to speak, in terms of, even the 17% is not fully remitted by our good host here, the funding board. When I came here, of course, I found that many other institutions, private and of course public, but especially private, have got issues even receiving the 17%. So it's really not good business, certainly. And I agree with the chair of the Parliamentary Service Education Committee, it is not sustainable. We must move away in some way if we are not going to change that. Our desire, of course, would be that to be treated equally, but if that is not going to be possible, of course, it is not sustainable. And that our trustees and our council are very clear that we cannot do business this way. But could we kindly have all the unpaid bills settled for all of us, whoever it is that is involved? Whether that means, like the chair mentioned, maybe commuting that against KRA, or PE, other things that need to go to government, because government is in a sense holding the money in one hand and asking us to pay with the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mluvi, finally, and then our chair will respond.
Yes, I also want to thank the honorable members of parliament for the support they are promising to support universities to address some of the challenges we face. I am the chairman of the Vice Chancellors of Public Universities, and many times I speak on their behalf. And I want to pick maybe one issue or two. Before the end of last parliament, we had a lot of meetings here with the parliamentary committee to look for money to pay the CBS. In 2017-2021, the government increased the salaries in public universities by 8.8 billion. And that money we paid up to 30th of June 2021. And what that meant was the salaries across the board in the public universities had increased by 8.8 billion annually. But that money was not provided in the 2021-2022 financial year. So we had underfunding of 8.8 billion. And that's why some of the issues we are discussing here, pending bills, scheduled deductions, some of them arose from there. And then in the following year, 2022-2023, the money again was not factored in the budget. The budget remained as it was before the salaries were increased. And the term of the parliament ended when we thought we would be able to get a solution. We wanted to plead with the Parliamentary Committee on Education, Chairman, you take that issue. Now it is 16.6 billion
which you have not been given to pay the enhanced salaries. Some universities have been able to pay something out of it, and when you look across the board, this university is paying this salary, another one is paying that, when the salaries are supposed to be the same in the public universities because of that underfunding. If you can address that issue, we will have helped the public universities to move smoothly going forward. If you can look for that money, even a part of it, then we look for a plan how the money can be provided going forward, because the salaries were increased by the government, not the universities themselves. In fact, even the increment themselves, we were not consulted. The SRC came with a matrix, salary scales, go and they pay that. And then after implementing, we were left on our own. The other issue, finally, speaking on behalf of my colleagues, I know some people here, some of my colleagues are saying we are doing this, we are doing this, we are doing this, and the people can live here convinced that when we do NDCD, the problem will end. We were here, Chairman, in last year, in I think September, October, in this room. That time, the debt was 56 billion. Last week, it reached 16 billion. So something must be done to sustainably fund the public universities going forward. And I agree with honorable members of parliament, we must discuss and see who is going to fund university education in Kenya. If things continue the way they are, it's a matter of time before the universities take the route. Some of universities, and you know them, are taking in this country because of underfunding. So we'll be blamed by future generations if we cannot save the universities today. So we urge you, members of parliament, and especially the members of Parliamentary Committee on Education, when you go back, you can call us or you call the parties involved. We see how some of these pertinent issues can be addressed. The issue of pension, we advised the government then that we cannot sign a CBA without money for pension. And we were told, sign for the salary, the money for pension will follow. Then now we go for elections, a new minister comes, we ask for the money for the pension, nobody knows where the minutes are, so the money disappears like that. And that has happened 2 times. 20, some of the money, which is the pension money, arose from CBS, where we advised that let's get money for pension, we pay salary and the pension, the money is not there. So that money we are still asking, and we ask the education committee to look at it so that we can get the money which have not been given to pay the pensions. If we are given that money, the universities can actually move. But we are down because of accumulated debts which have been caused in a way we had no role to play in them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Professor Muluvi, for your input, and all the members or all the professors who've actually given us, you weighed in on a number of issues that are very pertinent. Let me start with what Professor Muluvi said, that I think CBA is a collective bargaining agreement. Is it? That's the issue? And the word of collective, it should involve everyone, but I can't answer for SRC, because if she or they unilaterally decide to make decisions, maybe the ministry, maybe the CS, the PS is here, because government is in perpetuation. She must be knowing why they did that, and maybe Madam PS will look into it. But I want to laud what the Vice Chancellor in Riara said. It is time we bite the bullet, some of these things. In relation to CBC, what he said, he took half the salary during COVID as a business to stay afloat. What the professor from Baraton says, I want to ask, I don't know, unions at times, they need to be seeing the money before they agitate. Is the university enterprise making money before the unions sit down and say, have salary increase? Because I do believe, as a business, and I've been seeing every other time, if the university is making money like the days of Module 2, they could rightfully agitate for it because they are seeing. But when the university is not even able to pay the, what do you call it, the one for loans, they are paying half salary and all the rest. I think this is also time for them to be talked to, because they are part and parcel of the business of teaching at the university. That is my take. So first of all, they need to be seeing is money at the university. If not, why sign a CBA without giving pensions? That's a question I think the PS will answer it, and the CS. And on the other issue concerning what the vice chairman of a university, I think I didn't get a name, talks about values. I think this is something that is affecting not only universities, it is across the country. Our value system has a problem. You see the university going down, and somebody at the procurement center or sector is building a university, is building a library, for example, at a private university at a cost of 200 million. You go to a public university, the same specs, the same size and everything at 700 million, and it's not complete. That is what we ask ourselves. You go to the private or a university, for example, X has done a very good library at 200 million. University Y, the same, is doing it at 700, it is not yet what? Complete at the same time. That one now brings in the issue of ethics, values, and all the other issues that are there. This is something that we don't teach in school. You don't go to school and say, you be honest, do this. Those are things that they need to be ingrained in us as a society and as a culture. I also want to say something about the cost of private. Why I said private institutions should not remain here in the exchequer. Why I was saying that is because you are actually digging the hole deeper for yourselves. Here is the government giving you 17%. That's why I gave you the example of that friend of mine who was a member of parliament. He decided to be good by paying 2,000 shillings to every child in the constituency. Then the students are sent back home. Then next time, parents say this is the worst man ever to be there because he was voted out. Because you gave 2,000 everybody, yes, but was it enough? But one person who gives 15,000 to a needy child, that child will clear Form 4. I'm giving you something, private universities. Why do you teach 10,000 students? You are given 17%, employ so many lecturers, be in debt, be in problems, and then we ask also the government, why do you spread thin? Let 17% plus 48% becomes how many? It becomes 65%. It is not even 80% of DUC. Then you remain and do radical changes in your sector and move on the way the other one, what do you call it? United States International University, the way also Strathmore is doing, and many others who are not here. That is my view. It is not actually, it is not a position, but I want to give you that it is a point that I look, it is very practical and good. There is something that my colleagues had said, and I think Nyabundi also alluded to, the cost. We have university enterprises, and somebody said, if we are to look for other streams of funding, and I forgot this, ministries and government agencies normally call for expression of interest. Even World Bank, African Development Bank, and if you look at the cost of that, it's around 2 billion. Why don't we take it up? There's a day I saw Lake Victoria North, Lake Basin, the universities within that particular region, they had a consultancy of about 1.something billion shillings. Why don't you take it up as a source of income? And that's one thing that we need to do with the ministry on policy. That let the universities be given the first priority on consultancies, but you know this is a market. This is also a market. We cannot force those in the private and the universities, and you can actually do it quite well. Professor Rajab, you talked about the procurement headache, which is affecting everybody across. I think that is something that it is actually the law. We need to look on how to really bring it down. To have a procurement process in the country, it is very expensive in terms of cost, in terms of time, in terms of the leakages involved. So I think we need to relook at it all together so that we make the businesses there move well. I know Moi University has about 3,000 acres of land. It is very idle since 1984, is it? When the university was started. Nothing is going on there. The bushes, we have antelopes and the rest. But if the professor here attempts to have a commercial enterprise there, he will need correspondences with the National Treasury, Ministry of Education, until his term lapses. Is it? That's it. And that's what Professor Akama said. This is something that we really need to look into. Those in the education reforms, Professor Kiama, our advisor is here, and ourselves in the National Assembly. So that if you have a university, certain facilities, University of Nairobi sits on prime land in the city. If he attempts to do any move, it will be an issue. He will go to EACC and the rest. The government, some government agencies would wish to see the land idle than to have it what? Have it in use. And this is something that we are taking it up very seriously. I think that the other issue was Professor Mayo talked about true. Some of the issues are not private. I agree with you. I totally agree with you, especially managerial issues, which has been proved by a number of universities. By the way, a number of universities here, about 10, 11, are doing quite well. Not everybody is in the hole. Why are they afloat while the others are sinking? It is one thing, management. So some of the issues that is affecting us are actually institutional leadership, and which I think it will be a thing to be discussed by the PS. And then the last one was the professor from Riara. You gave very good way forward, especially how you manage universities. I do agree. But one thing which I want to say is that on universities, students can be placed by, what do you call it, Central Placement Service, COOPS. I don't think there's a problem to place students, but funding now is the issue. Maybe we can discuss that later on. Lastly, I think those are the only questions which I had. I had an issue with National Treasury, especially of appropriating funds. You don't remit them, there is no supplementary. Yet the law is very clear. You tax through the finance bill, you indicate all the tax measures, you collect the money, and then you appropriate the same amount. In your appropriation, you don't remit the money. Where is the money? Kindly tell us where you put that money without a supplementary.
Thank you very much, our Honorable Chair of Education and Research Committee. Mose, please come over. And I would like you to explain very clearly, because all the professors here also come to me and ask, there is I think the issue is what they require and what we finally allocate. Because what we allocate, we give, but the requirement, the gap between the requirements. So for example, they have ongoing projects, and they give a budget of 900 million to complete the project, but you give us 50 million, and that's what we give them. So how do you explain that, and what is the way forward? Is that the way we are going to continue operating? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. PS and all protocols observed. Now, the question raised by the PS is a bit tricky for me to answer. But the one for the chair for the Education Committee, in terms of appropriating, we do supplementaries. Of the recent past, we normally do, there is a year we did 3 supplementary budgets. So every time there is a change in revenue flow to the university, we normally incorporate in the supplementary budgets. So for example, if you had estimated to raise 50 million and by any chance you do 70, you know you can't use the 10 before you appropriate it. So those universities that have written for those adjustments, and PS, you can bear witness, we do adjust. Even the current one that is on the process, we've adjusted to some of the universities. And on the big question about the needs vis-a-vis what we allocate, I think that is a debate that we need to work together, all of us. And PS, for your information, before I took over the sector in terms of convening, there never used to be disclosure of when budgets are done and what is done at what time. And we have gone through this process in the past 2 years, and there has been improvement. And universities can attest to that. What has not improved is the kit to allocate. But in terms of objectivity of what we have a clear criteria of how we do allocate. For those projects that are almost complete, we give them priority. And the universities, you can attest. Last 2 years, we've fast-tracked some of the, irrespective of the challenges we get during supplementary budget with the cuts, we have accelerated some of the projects and they are complete and they are being used. The only problem is that they are too slow. But also the challenge for you, universities, with all due respect. You know, I say when you are coming up with a project, it's like in your home, you know. Even me, I would have wished to build, you know, a good house with a swimming pool, with every amenity. But you realize that when you look at your pocket, it's not as big as could do. So why can't we do projects that are manageable within a period of maybe 2 to 3 years so that you are able to use them? There are projects that have stayed in the books for over 10 years. That is a project when you contracted and the time you are completing, the costs have probably have doubled. So what we have advised some of the universities that have come is that we advise them to phase their projects in a way that you start a project, have a small phase that you can put on use for 2 to 3 years. Even if you get 10 million, you can get 50 million, you can do a project that you can use. Then you proceed that way because unfortunately, Chair, the purse is not expanding as much. So that is reality. We have to live within that, and I'm sure we will get something done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank our Honorable Chair and Honorable members for coming to share these insights with us. We have engaged very openly, and I'm sure that by the end of the day, we will make this workshop our Eureka moment. Chair, I want to assure you that we've been working on some simulations that we will discuss with the Vice Chancellors before we close this workshop so that by the time they're going home, it's very clear we own the decision of how much government can pay, how much they, as universities, can pay from all of the income-generating activities that they are thinking of engaging in, and how much of the burden we are going to give to the parents and families. And so, Chair, when we finally share this report with you, we are very hopeful that you will support us to get the necessary resources to implement, so that we start a new chapter where we talk, we act, and we see the outcome. Again, I can't thank you enough for making the time to share with us. It just shows how much you care about universities, and we are hopeful that with this kind of engagement and support, the problems facing our universities will soon be a thing of the past. Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause as they leave.
We will now take a short break and then come back because naturally we have sat for a very long time. There's a cup of tea. We take a break of 20 minutes and then come back. I know it's almost lunch hour, but it does make sense to take a break at this point.
So.
Microphone yangu ilikuwa on screen. So nilikuwa nikikusikia. Sema, unataka chaja. The 970. The 970.
Katikati no case.
Check.
Thank you for that. Okay, it is well. Thank you for walking in. Please extend your feet so that we can quickly start in the interest of time. These session's panelists are here with us. Information reaching me is that Madam Monica will not be joining us. Head of Programs, Higher Education. She has had an emergency, so we have that information reaching me this time. So without much ado, we are ready to start. And this afternoon session is looking at the research and development as a catalyst for sustainable or financial stability. I know this is a place where everyone is looking at, because the conversations since yesterday are pointing at reforming the way our universities are doing business, and reforms are fueled or catalyzed by areas of research and development, research, innovations, and this is what we are going to discuss in the next 30 minutes, 1 hour. And with us are the presenters of this session, our panelists. We start with Prof, who is also the chair. But before Prof comes to the front, I would like to usher you all in. The PS Higher Education, all dignified members in this forum, all protocols observed. I wish to introduce my name because according to your program, it is indicating that Professor Walter Mwanda is supposed to be chairing or moderating this session. And my name is Lynn Nyongesa, a member of the board representing the National Treasury, PS in the board, and I'm the Director of ICT in the Ministry of ICT and seconded to the National Treasury. Having said that, I would therefore wish to welcome a professor to bring us key insights in this area. Professor, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Madam Lynn. I was requested to pay attention to issues of research and development for financing sustainability, for financing universities to sustainable levels. But before I get into those particular issues, I would like to address myself to a number of issues that were raised in the previous session that I think are also important in this regard. I would like to pick from where Professor Wainaina and Professor Kiamba left. I think Professor Wainaina implored on us to speak very loudly on the fact that education is a public good. And if it's a public good, there's always going to be demand for its provision from everyone by everyone. And if we don't recognize that there's going to be demand and articulate that one very effectively, then we shall continue missing
the attention of the government and anyone else funding university education. The second thing to emphasize is, I think we heard it from Pedro of World Bank yesterday, that universities do not exist for any other reason but training for human capital development, human resource development. And if you want to see the quality of human resource in any particular country, you have got to look at the nature of the education system. We are who we are today in Kenya, known everywhere in the region, known globally, because of the investments that we had made on university education and on even basic education many years back. We are not comparable to many other people in the region. We did demonstrate that yesterday in some of the presentations. And if one were to go far, you can see even our human development indicators are far much better than many other countries. That owes much to investments made in education a while back. Relating to this point, I think is what I said yesterday that was repeated in the World Bank presentation yesterday, that we don't do badly when it comes to financing university education. At GDP level, we are about 5.3% above, we are 5.3%. That is slightly more than what Malaysia does, more than what Singapore does, more than what Ghana does. We are slightly below South Africa. That's not bad at all. And if it's university funding alone, we are at, again, 1.2% of GDP. Actually, more than what UK does. We are close to what Canada does. We are at the same level with, I think, France and Finland, if I'm not wrong. So where is the problem then, if that's the issue? And I think Professor Kiama did articulate to some of the problems and how he addressed them. I was joking with him that at the University of Nairobi, what he didn't mention is that the University of Nairobi has become paperless within a very short period of time, and this is the experience of COVID. From COVID period, you could see what things were not required, and all of a sudden the university became paperless. And on that one, we saved about 96 million. I was responsible for financing, health the committee. We saved close to 96 million from quite a number of things that were taking place at the time. So I thought I better mention those ones before I get into research directly. The question of private universities has also been raised. And I would like to speak in a manner to annoy my friends in the private sector. I would like to annoy them for one good reason. I think private universities in this country need to become much more innovative than the public universities because they do not have the bureaucratic obstacles. The sky is the limit in terms of what they can provide. I will not name the university, but I know a university where some colleagues at the University of Nairobi were invited on sabbatical, developed programs in law and commerce, and those programs charge more than what everyone else in the market in Africa charges. One program charges 1.8, and the people queue for it. Another program charges 2.4 million, and people queue for it. That's innovation. And if you look at the course outline, let me not talk much, compare it with, I mean, not that it's very innovative, but it's also the fact that they have become flexible, they are not rigid, and therefore we can think beyond what we are offering at present. The second thing that I think we can offer, private universities could do, is to provide what we can call cutting-edge courses. What do people go to do in Australia? What do our children apply to go and do in Australia and in Canada and in Britain, in all the Commonwealth universities? If you go to those universities today, you'll find that Kenyan children are second to Nigerians. And the courses they go for is what their parents are saying are not available in public in the country. And because private universities do not have the bureaucratic obstacles that we have, I plead that we need to start thinking about how to leverage on what we have right now and offer those particular kind of courses at even above the market rates, because private universities are there for people who can afford to pay for any level of education. One can go on and mention that, for instance, at the University of Nairobi, we have dual degree programs that are research-based. And our students, those who are in those dual degree postgraduate studies, will get 2 degrees finally from our university, and also get other degrees from the universities that we have that partnership with, but they are research grants based. They are grant research based because we have signed an MOU that says that this student, they will be paying fees for these students, and the fees they pay is different from what we charge other graduate studies programs, the same program. So the sky is the limit for private universities in terms of what they can do to get out of the mess we are in. But that's nonetheless, let me proceed on to talk about the issue of research and development and what we can do in order to make things work. Our colleagues, we are not doing very well in terms of research and development. We are not visible as universities in Kenya in global rankings. I think we have said this in the conference that we had last year. We mentioned it. I mean, none of the universities in Kenya is among the top 300 universities. In fact, we seem to be sliding a little bit because we are now among the first 600 universities. About 10 years ago, you would have found some Kenyan universities among the top 200 universities. Even in terms of African ranking, universities in Africa, we are also not visible. Among the top 20 universities in Africa, how many of us Kenyan universities feature there? We don't feature again because of our research, innovation, and ability to publish. I would like to repeat what again I said yesterday, the Vice Chancellor of Kisii University and the Chair of Meru University Council, the failure to publish in peer-reviewed journals that are visible. Atema completely explained that we have a problem in the sense that we have acknowledged predatory journals as a way to go, and we, custodians of knowledge in our own disciplines, have accepted it as a way to go, and we have given it a blessing. Well, I know we have not given it a blessing. It's now an industry that our students and our own lecturers, professors are involved, lecturers are involved in. That kills visibility of Kenya itself. Even when it comes to researchers, I was looking briefly this morning at the AD scientist ranking, Kenya Scientific AD University rankings, only to realize that scholars among ourselves seated here, we are also not very visible. It's about 3 or 4 universities in this country that have got the top scientists who have got a good ranking in that scientific ranking. And by the way, all of us have been trained in those other universities with those people we are competing with. Even those world-class universities we are talking about, all of them were our classmates when we went to study there. They can't beat us. So what went wrong? Why is it that we are not visible in what we publish? I dare say that it's because when we had parallel degree program, we transformed everyone into a teacher, into a lecturer. Everybody was teaching morning and evening, making money from teaching, and people forgot about publishing, and people forgot about research. I know colleagues where I teach myself, and I know colleagues in other universities where I partner with, who have not published any article in the last 20 years. I'm talking about seriously in the last 20 years. And they are not interested even in promotions, because these days we can say salaries are not, they are not the salaries of the 90s, right? So, and again, because you are permanent and pensionable, you can decide not to be visible, to just only depend on that salary. So in the process, we have killed research through that Module 2 program because we rarely talked about research. We never provided any support to research grants. I know in many universities, the Dean's Committee in charge of research are no longer in existence. Or if they're in existence, they are not able to give any grants at all because there is no money to do so. And I think this is the time to start asking ourselves, what do we do in order to create opportunities for research? I have mentioned the dual degree program, or what some people are calling the joint degree program. These are actually initiatives that are born out of research. You can actually, I think I know Maseno and a partnership with Roskilde University. I know Maseno has got a partnership with Gothenburg University. I know University of Nairobi has got several other partnerships. But one can look at those opportunities and create research relationship that has got more money than when you apply for a simple grant, because it will bring students, it will bring opportunities for publications. The sky is the limit in terms of what can be tapped into that particular effort. The second thing that I would like to mention is that not all of us in all our universities, we do not have supportive research infrastructure. From yesterday, Madam PS, I have heard universities complaining about the time it takes for MOU to be cleared by the ministry, by the Attorney General. Professor Machoki, I don't know why we never experienced this problem. I don't know, and I cannot understand it. In fact, I was asking Professor Kiama, what is this? So maybe we are talking at cross purposes, but if that is the situation where MOUs are taking long to be cleared by the ministry and the AG's office, then this is where, Professor Machoki, you need to step in. Because we cannot frustrate proposal writing and grant making and grant generation by bureaucracies that are allocated elsewhere. And yet the universities have got that independence to generate research funds on their own. Tied to that, many universities in the West have got business development units in every faculty. A business development unit where you bring the best people to support in the writing of grant proposals, if you are a research unit. A department for purposes of editing your documents before they get out. A place where you can typeset your work so that even if it doesn't have content, by the time it reaches the funding agency, they are already pleased by what you are presenting. We do not have that infrastructure. I lead a research unit at IDS, and the moment we discovered that, there is no single grant that we have ever applied for and be turned down. Within the last 3 years, we have been able to generate grants of about 362 million shillings with a staff of about 11 people. Right? So there's nothing impossible. But that infrastructure needs to be supported. Identifying every department and giving it the opportunity to have someone support research in that department is the way to go. And then we begin from there to build the capacity of young researchers. I know very well the issue of training people in grants generation and grant making, proposal writing. We tend to think that sometimes research grants are written in a very different way, and that's where the universities in the north beat us, because they have experience, they have got business units, they have got research infrastructure to support them, and therefore what they produce is very different from us. And therefore if you are competing with them, they will certainly win and you will not win. And therefore what we have done in some instances ourselves is to partner with those universities in terms of bidding for research grants. Partner with King's College, Oxford University, Manchester University, for those global research projects they have. Because we know if we went for them on our own, we will not be able to get them. These are new initiatives, but they cannot take place. These are developments that can take place only if you develop the relevant research infrastructure in your departments, and that one can take a short period of time to do. The other thing to think about is how to link up with the industry. I think the CEO Media Council mentioned some of those things in the morning about endowment funds, but there are people outside who are waiting for universities to approach them to start a chair, a professorial chair of business studies, where they can finance that. There are people who are waiting for outside to ask, we can fund a chair for chemical engineering in your department, and they pay it. These are new opportunities that are emerging, and we need to start thinking about how to fund them, but we cannot fund them if we are already in the current financial crisis, because everybody wants to get out of the hole, but this is how to get out of the hole within a very short period of time. We have had a meeting with industries last year as Institute for Development Studies, and I was surprised by some of them saying, if universities were to change a curriculum or approach some of them to start a course, they are ready to finance students to attend that course. These are new initiatives, these are new ways of thinking that we need to start thinking about how to partner with the industry in order to deal with these particular problems. But let me mention the last two major problems that I think are a problem and a major blockage to research and development in this country. Madam PS, Professor Machuki, our government does not take research seriously. If you open any government document, even Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Education, look at the references and tell me whether they are citing any works by Kenyan scholars or Kenyan universities. Then take UK government documents, US government documents, Netherlands government documents, and see the amount of work that they are citing from their own scholars. I can tell you that most of you here are cited by foreign governments in their strategies than the Kenyan government is citing your work. There is disconnect with the government ministries. Ministry of Agriculture conducts research almost every other day. Not through Egerton University, not through the University of Nairobi Agricultural Department, not through JKUAT. We must call a spade because that money can come back to the universities. We have got mega engineering projects taking place in this country. The Chinese are everywhere constructing every road. But in China, mega projects are in partnership with public universities, relevant departments. In South Africa, the same. In Canada, the same. You cannot engage in public works if you are not giving opportunities to the relevant departments of the universities. But here what we have, if you are from civil engineering department, you are hired as a consultant, not the Department of Engineering. And yet that's the money that can come to the universities. You name it, go to any road where you see construction sites. You look at the contractors and the consultancy firms there. If you investigate very carefully, you'll see that it's the university professors who are involved in those particular firms, but as individuals. Supposing that work went to public universities, and there is no department that can be exempt from generating income through public works in this country. Social impact assessments that are done through the Environment Ministry. All of them are done by scholars from different universities, but as individuals. And yet, public universities and government are saying they don't have enough funding. Money is getting out in different ways. But this is the time to think about how to connect government ministries with universities, because if the US government, Netherlands government, Danish government finds your work more valuable when they are talking about Africa than your own government, then there is a problem. If they are using our own scholarship to generate strategies for Africa, and our government is not involved in citing our works and using us to generate our work, then there is a disconnect between the government engagement with research in this country, and that's something we need to address. Finally, is the issue that I know I'm not popular about, and that's the issue of two universities in one. The administrative university and the academic university. I must re-emphasize here that over the years, in the last 30 years, the administrative university has grown and overgrown. We have people who call themselves professor equivalents, senior lecturer equivalents, associate professor equivalent. My friend, to be a professor equivalent means exactly being a professor through publishing. And the amount of money that are being given through this collective bargaining agreement is not different from professors themselves. And they have more powers than even the VCs. And let's call a spade a spade. They have accumulated power over the years more than anyone else. But the vision of the university is geared towards their 60 years of retirement. When our vision is beyond retirement because we don't retire, thinking does not retire. These people don't recognize publishing. They don't recognize research. And yet their ratio to teaching staff, in 3 universities seated here, the ratio of teaching staff to non-teaching staff is 1 to 11. Another university is 1 to 9. Another university is 1 to 7. I know the big universities here, the ratio is about 1 to 3, when the global difference is 1 teaching staff to 0.5 non-teaching staff. I mean, but those are not the issues to discuss today, but I would say that actually the administrative university is also a problem. And unless we start looking at it and trying to say, instead of employing administrative staff, there is a time to start thinking about how to increase the teaching staff because they are the core business of the university. But even as we think about recruiting them, we need to start asking, supposing we start putting people on contract. As, is it Mbosira who said yesterday? Mbosira said it yesterday. I mean, before you become a permanent staff, you are valued by what you are worth in terms of publishing, not in terms of teaching. In terms of research grants that you bring to the university, performance management. That's when they start thinking about whether they'll put you on tenure track or not. Professor Machoki and Karote Kanyinga are already tenured, even before we are evaluated. All of us here are tenured, even before we are evaluated. Maybe there is a need to start thinking about some of these particular things. But, Madam PS, I think the pending bills, that's what Professor Kiama said, is something that can be acted upon almost immediately to get all of us out of the hole, even as we think about how to build strong research infrastructure. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Professor Kanyinga, for this. I hear with loud words, reinventing research and development is the bedrock to the issues we are talking about here, and will remain as universities very relevant if we look at all the streams with an eye of reinventing research. We'll now begin to see how we can sell goods as universities and take monopoly in the market. Thank you so much, Prof. We are going to usher in Madam Joy. Welcome, Madam. Thank you.
Eric. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the kind introduction. So what I'm going to take you through is, first of all, I'm the Executive Director of the Training Center in Communication. It's a research capacity trust that is hosted and housed at the University of Nairobi. The University of Nairobi liked the idea of our partnership about 15 years ago on supporting early career researchers, which has now actually extended to supporting governments in Africa on improving their research output and increasing their visibility. And pertinent to improving research output and increasing visibility, the core activities include scholarly communication training. But in context of today's conference, the last 2 days conference, I'm going to take you through how we can use innovation research and commercialization in creating financial stability within the university. Now, some of the points I'm going to take you through might be a bit uncomfortable because I was listening to some of you speak, and I do understand the traditional roles of the university. And back to you, Madam PS, we need to start looking at higher education as a contributor to the knowledge economy. At the point we start looking at it from that perspective, it means that we give universities the same targets of being sustainable as we give them the same type of targets on producing good quality research output. What I'm going to share with you are global trends in higher education which can actually contribute to financial sustainability. They are not the panacea, but they are one of the ways in which can contribute to financial stability. Some of the universities are already adopting it, but it is something that can also be replicated. But some of these trends need to come at policy level. They need to come from your office so that they are contextualized to each university for it to be relevant. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to take you through is who we are and more about research excellence. A lot of you have spoken about that, and that comes to research output, narrowing down to where do we publish, what kind of research are we producing, does that research attract collaboration, does it attract industry partnership, does it lead to innovation? I'll also talk about research into innovation. You need to understand the current landscape of our current innovation landscape. It's not so good. We need to work on that. And it goes back to making sure that we look at universities as revenue generators, not just revenue generators to the economy. And you'll now start unpacking how different aspects of the university can actually contribute to the economy. And also internationalization. My focus will actually be more on internationalization because these are one of the major global trends in higher education and how, starting from at a ministerial level, you can impact the universities, whether they are first, second, or third tier universities, picking on their strengths. Next slide. As I'd said, we are a research capacity trust for 15 years. As you can look at that visual, we cover various aspects of the research life cycle. So when I'm talking about the research, I'll be talking about two types of life cycles, the research life cycle and the innovation life cycle. These two contribute to resource mobilization and sustainability approaches for universities. So what you're looking at there is the research life cycle. So that comes from coming up with the research idea, the research process, the various infrastructural systems that you need to produce, to conduct research, taking advantage of some of the trends like open science to lower your costs. You know, I've been listening to all of you talking about how it is expensive to conduct research when you're looking at it from an infrastructure perspective. One of the global trends today is open science. As we speak, the East African Commission of Science and Technology and the IUCA, the Inter-University Council of East Africa, have adopted open science for all East African countries within their STI policy. What does that mean? Research is accessible to everyone, but it means that as universities, now that the vice chancellors are here, push for open science mandates within your university. Using open science infrastructure, you lower your costs. Publishing in open access journals. Okay, some of you will say that they pay high costs. We are going to tackle that in my slides. But open access means that your research is accessible, it is visible, it makes you much more, it also helps in pushing up your rankings. Our colleague just talked about our visibility in the rankings. It's true. The first Kenyan, actually Kenyan university, which is in the Times Higher Education, is number 600, and that is University of Nairobi. Okay? Out of the thousands of universities that are enlisted, it is so easy sometimes to go for the Webometrics ranking, but that is a low-hanging fruit. So what we'll take you through is when you understand this research life cycle and how it contributes to resource mobilization and how you can save money, you're in a better space to invest within your institution and also demand from the ministry on support systems because money has been reduced so that it can be allocated smartly to support your universities. Next slide. Now let's take a look at Africa's research output. From 2012 to date, African researchers, and this is all 54 countries including the islands, both Indian Ocean and the Atlantic, we have produced over 1.7 million records. Of this, over 700,000 are open access. So meaning, as it is, African researchers are very critical on increasing the visibility of their output. Okay? And what that means is that they are willing to invest in open science because they understand if your research is open, it means it is easy to attract, funding, collaboration, and especially if you're looking at industry partners. Next slide. Now, another interesting development is that with the rise of open science, is that we are producing quite a number of research-based outputs that are open science related. And we are seeing a rise in preprints. For context, for those of you who may not understand what preprints are, preprints in the olden days when we were not online, they were galley proofs. But now, because we are online, these preprints are open, peer-reviewed versions of your publications, which are a step before actual publishing. Now, the reason why I'm emphasizing on this is that preprints literally saved us during COVID-19. When you're looking at a rapid release to research and knowledge, we were heavily relying on preprints. As you can see, all of a sudden, African researchers have been relying on preprints. The reason why I'm saying this is because one of the global trends going back is open science. This falls under open science. If you have mandates within your university, if the government also is pushing for open science, it's already been pushed at a regional level, but if it is pushed at a national level, number one, you have researchers making their work accessible and visible very fast. This also means, another thing you need to notice about this, because this also falls under research excellence, is that you can cite them. You can cite them, so you're increasing the visibility of African research output as well. Next slide. How is Kenya performing? Between 1906, that is the oldest paper that has ever come out of Kenya. Oh, by the way, all Kenyan universities have access to this platform, which is an open access platform. 5 years ago, I should know, because actually 10 years ago, and I should know this because I was working with the ministry, there was no Kenyan university that could afford a citation database, a database where you can do research analytics and understand the landscape in research coming out of your country, and also get a platform where you could get funding information and get information on publishing. There was no university in Kenya that could afford it because such databases go for at least $300,000. This is the power of open science. So one of the things we've done as a center is to make platforms like this accessible in the continent. So literally each and every university in Kenya has access to this. In some cases, we've even been training vice chancellors. Professor Kiama is one of those. We literally got him out of the office to make him understand this is a solution you have for your university. You can use it for research analytics. You can use it to understand the landscape of research. You can use it for research discovery. There was no university that could afford this. So when you see me talking about trends and how you can leverage on that to understand the landscape on resource mobilization, this is one of those. This platform also shows you the funding landscape, industry landscape, those who are investing in research as well. That also makes you create a map on what is actually happening so that you can identify potential funders. So back to the talk. This same platform shows the output coming out of Kenya. And between 1906 to date, and this is last night, we have produced over 67,000 publications. Interestingly enough, it's more than this, because due to infrastructure challenges, you're not able to harvest all our output. And because of the rise of open science, that is also changing. Because of that, we are going to have more information coming out of the country, becoming more visible and accessible. Now, look at our patents. I'll go in depth on that. You're seeing 564 patents, and that is from 1926 to date. Next slide. Now, as we are coming into the strategic priorities of universities, we need to ask ourselves, as much as I've shared with you the research output coming out of the country, who are the top researchers, research-producing institutions in Kenya? So we have University of Nairobi. We have with over 12,000 publications, KEMRI with over 8,400 publications, ILRI with over 4,192 publications, ISIPE with over 3,427 publications, Kenyatta University with over 3,343, Moi University with over 3,000 1,038 publications, Egerton with over 1,878, ICRAF with over 1,607, the National Museums of Kenya with over 1,502, APHRC with over 1,270, Maseno University with over 1,108. No, I'm reading out, it's okay. Now, the reason why I'm sharing that with you is because as universities, you've been very critical on improving your research output and increasing your visibility because you want to see how you can enhance your research income. This is becoming part of your strategic priorities, okay? And your strategic priorities is not only enhancing your research income, but improving your institutional partnerships, having high caliber faculty recruitment, improving your disciplines and topic, becoming African centers of excellence by impacting the region at a national level, also at a regional level, but also most importantly, increasing your local and international reputation. The numbers I've just shared with you have bumped up mainly because of open science, which is a trend in higher education. So when we look at these strategic priorities for universities, one of the things that goes through their minds is research excellence. We need to produce better research, we need to produce more papers, we need to be seen internationally, and the publications I was sharing with you are from the same platform that I've just shown you on Dimensions. Next slide. So what does it take to have successful resource mobilization? Research-intensive strategies. Research-intensive strategies lead to increased publications, like I've just shared with you, but it also leads to research collaboration. Identifying your own strength. Not all of you can do medicine. So identify what is your key research areas that you want to focus on. Bits more suited to each faculty's area of expertise. Now that will become internal. So within your university administrative dynamics, you need to find out what are the strengths of each faculty. Okay. And your reputation. So you're looking at your reputation locally and internationally. Investing in data. We've just shared with you the data platforms that you can now get free of charge. And being interdisciplinary. Next slide. So, the select contributing factors to resource mobilization, I'll focus on 3. Research excellence, research innovation, and internationalization. Next. When you're looking at research excellence, I've talked about the research output. I listed the top 10 universities in Kenya that are producing research, and your main objective is to maximize the quality and quantity and visibility and impact of your institutional research. But then when it comes to advanced scholarship, I'm going to throw a spanner in the works in this, is strategic journal selection strategy. I know and I get it and I understand that universities must produce their own journals. But let's be honest, it's an expensive affair. We're trying to minimize costs and you're investing in academic publishing, which most of you cannot afford. Of all the universities, again, this is no favoritism to UON, but University of Nairobi initially had 26 journals. We had a talk with them, they reduced it to about 10 journals. Of those 10, about 3 are already indexed in the African Journals Online, which are also in turn indexed in international journals. They have an entire team just managing the journals. It's an expensive process. And you see the numbers I was sharing with you about the publications output. Here is a fun fact. Those top universities, I looked at where they published. All the top journals, none of them were from their universities. So why are we investing in our own journals? We need to identify a few journals that we can spend money in, not producing a lot of journals. So this talks about smart journal selection strategy. So in the case of the universities, universally, most of them, they published in national and regional journals. And one of the journals was the East African Medical Journal. That is not a university journal. The East African Agriculture and Forestry Journal, which is owned by Calvo. It's the oldest journal in Kenya, actually in East Africa, but it is now managed by Taylor and Francis. That is not cheap. And also the Pan-African Medical Journals. But none of those, in those top 10 institutions in Kenya, have published within their own journals. The top 10 journals. You don't see it in the top 10 list. Because what you want is, you're talking about advanced scholarship, it means publishing in high impact, visible journals. None of them were institutional journals. That is telling.
So if you choose to invest in your own journals, just know it will cost you money. We are talking about being smart about spending money. It will cost you money, and it takes a lot of time. So when you are able to have advanced scholarship through smart journal selection strategy, you end up seeing the result in publishing in all these high impact journals and increased visibility. Adopting open science, I cannot understate that, because adopting open science is one of the major ways in which you're going to save money. That means open infrastructure, open data, which I've shared with you, open access. So when it comes to open access, some of you will say that it's expensive. But here's the thing that you need to know. It's a good thing we have our colleagues from the World Bank. The World Bank came up with a global equitable program on publishing. Countries that are low income and middle income do not get publishing waivers in their list of journals that have, the list of journals that publishers have partnered with the World Bank, and the list is quite long. That has been going on for the last 2 years. So Kenya is a recipient of the World Bank Equitable Program. So let's not complain that open access is expensive. There are some aspects that it is unattainable, but open science is becoming, and open access is becoming equitable. So there is one with the World Bank Program. The list is online. Okay, so that is part one. Part two. That visual there, Springer Nature on January 23rd came up with the best news, and Kenya is one of the recipients, because all of us want to publish with Nature. Nature is one of TCC Africa's partners as well. And Springer Nature came up with a list of 70 countries where researchers will get waivers to publish in their journals, including Nature and Science. Not Nature Communications, their main journals. And the 70 countries, Kenya is one of the recipients. This is the power of open science. You're going to spend less or even reduce on your costs so that you can spend money on, you can be much more sustainable in identifying ways in which you can spend money. Next slide. So I talked about the innovation life cycle. So we can see from 1926 to date, we only have 564 patents. As all our colleagues have been saying, I cannot understate this more, is that we need to invest in our innovation life cycle. So you've done your research. The idea is, does the university have a technical transfer office? Do they understand the innovation life cycle to the point of commercialization? And back to challenging the professors, when you say that you have revenue within the university, divide it. Is it revenue out of the outputs of the innovation, because that is year on year, or is it revenue coming out of research grants? Because if you distinguish the revenue that comes in from the research life cycle and the innovation life cycle, it is very clear to see how much money is being contributed by the various facets within the university. But as you can see, 564 patents, that's not much. From 1926 to date, that is all Kenyan universities. Next slide. So internationalization. When you're looking at internationalization, this is where the ministry has to be involved. So last evening, one of the things I did, I looked at the list of some of the university attendants, and I looked at their strategic documents. There are very few universities that have mentioned internationalization within their strategic plans, and those that have mentioned it are using the lowest hanging fruit of internationalization, international students. Okay, and that is international students coming into their universities. Now, there are various contributors to internationalization. Of course, research collaboration is the obvious one, but what I'd like to talk about is transnational education. This is a fun fact. Kenya is actually importing higher education programs. And you can see this because it's in the Commission of University Education website. So the 4 universities which fall under, that we are importing programs which will fall under the umbrella of transnational education are the University of Northampton, where they're in partnership with EduLink International College, University of Greenwich, University of Hertfordshire, and they're working with Oswald College. So we are literally importing programs. And the Beulah Heights University, which is in partnership with Daystar University. Okay? Those are transnational programs. So now, the reason why I'm going back to you, Madam PS, is that by the time we are having transnational programs, it means that we need to have clear quality assurance on our programs, which we can export, because that is also another revenue earner. Okay? People will go for that course because of the brand of the school. So we are importing programs, but we are not exporting programs, and it is possible to do that. And it is possible to start from short courses, executive courses, to diploma courses as we advance to degree courses. So when it comes to internationalization, we need to look at various facets of internationalization beyond just international students. And here's an interesting thing. When it comes to university rankings, they don't only look at students today, they look at internationalization, they look at transnational education, and they also look at the degree to which our collaborations are international beyond our region, not the regional bit, but beyond the continent as well. So just bear that in mind, Vice Chancellors, because by the time now you're trying to see how you can compete with other universities and raise money, when it comes to internationalization, it's just no longer students anymore, especially when it comes to rankings. They look at all these other aspects to see how competitive you are. But the aspect of internationalization is really dicey. It's very dicey, and the only way we can have consensus amongst all the Vice Chancellors is if it is driven from your office. We agree on the parameters that you want to focus on in internationalization, and it is contextualized to each university, and they're given targets, because internationalization, to be honest, is all about marketing. It's about bringing in more money into the university. It's literally all about sales and marketing. So they're given targets, and then at the end of the day, the revenue is generated to support the university. Next slide. So there are two models I'll share with you as I'm winding up. This is the traditional model of internationalization, but as you can see, it's all about policy agreement amongst the staff within the academic community. Okay? Because the push and pull on internationalization comes between the mature researchers and the mature administration vis-a-vis the younger ones, because internationalization means not only bringing in students, but it also means adopting new practices and new cultures within the university. We're already doing this inadvertently with the Chinese government, with the Confucius Institutes. But you see, they are coming to us. We are not going to them. So there's a bit of a disconnect. So there is no money coming to us based on our programs. It is them coming to us, but we are not going. We don't have similar institutes in China or any other country. So China is the perfect example of internationalization and how they've used their higher education system as a knowledge economy and exported the higher education sector in various countries. But for that to reach that level, it means that we need consensus within the universities, within leadership within universities, and agree on the areas that we feel will be relevant for us from an internationalization perspective. Last slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is what I was talking about on the transnational education strategies. So this, we need to look at our programs, and this means working with the various departments that focus on quality assurance and agree if we are going to export our programs, because that's what transnational education is about. If we are going to export our programs, what programs do we intend to export? What is the quality assurance? What kind of assurance are we going to have on the other side that we are exporting it to, that they'll meet the same criteria? Do we have partner universities that we can work with? As I said, the fact that we are importing programs, it means that it is possible for us to learn from them and export our programs. It's an issue of making ourselves brands, because those are ways in which you can raise revenue beyond just the students. Finally, Eric, what am I trying to emphasize on this last few minutes? Number one, we need to adopt more approaches to internationalization, and as I said, it is a very dicey topic, okay? Because you're fighting traditional norms of the university, the traditional role of the university vis-a-vis the commercial angle and the commercial face of the university. So we need to adopt more approaches to internationalization. We adopt what works for us. And then this is also a very uncomfortable topic on journals, because it falls under research excellence. We want to be visible, we want to be accessible, but the reality is our journals are not that accessible or visible. We need to invest in them. If we know that we cannot afford to invest in our journals, let's be honest about the situation, and we have less production of in-house journals, but be more strategic on publishing on high-impact open access journals. I've given you 2 areas where we can take advantage of. The World Bank Equitable Program has a list of so many journals, and it is multidisciplinary, on where we could publish in free of charge. And for those of us who are targeting nature like any university, Kenya is a recipient of that. It just has to be really good research. We need to adopt open science. I've shared with you how we can benefit from open science. The data I'm sharing with you is a good reflection of the power of open science, and we need to have an increased support system for the innovation life cycle in universities. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Madam CEO. Let us give a round of applause. Thank you so much. It's coming out very clearly from the first presenter, Professor, that we have to come out from our cocoons, look at things strategically, and begin to speak to ourselves. He's thrown a challenge to the private universities. In fact, he said he's going to annoy the private universities because they have a potential that has not been tapped yet. And we have to reason together. Thank you. The CEO has said the ways and means are with us. Broad examples that we can emulate and domesticate our own scenarios as we are, not as they are. We come down to ourselves and reason together, because this is the beginning and we are going to get it there. Out of these 2 mind-provoking presentations, can we get questions or clarifications from our presenters? Thank you so much. Questions, please. We have one here. The mic, please. We have another question from Professor Kisii University. Any other question before? Okay, we can have, let us have these 2, and we've got a lady on the extreme right. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kanyinga and Joy Owango. I think you have challenged us, and for me, I just want to comment, not questions. So I just want to validate all your presentations and some of your suggestions, which I think you can agree with me that some make us uncomfortable, but I think it's better to be uncomfortable and be successful than be comfortable and not successful. I think we have as academia and scholars, we need to acknowledge that. I want to mention about research. One area that we need to think about, and it's from my experience, is the research graduate students as an intervention. In North America, no research is successful without research, without students, doctoral students, because students are the catalyst. And we should change the way we admit them. When it comes to graduate students, we are not there to fill the numbers, but we need to recruit them, let them come with a research program. Let us tie them with a faculty whose research interest is consistent with the students' research area. So basically, let our faculty recruit students. So as university, let's give them that power to recruit students so that from day one the student is supported by faculty, and in that support it can be research assistant or graduate assistant. And most of the research in North America are actually research students which are supported by faculty. And when they have the innovation, let's find out how do we support that innovation, and that should be startup grants to support that kind of student work. The other component which is very critical is seed money, seed grant for new faculty. I think recently our university adopted that we only give seed money to new faculty who are 1 to 3 years. Previously we had veterans accessing this fund, but the new faculty should get access, and this research grant should be very small, like 150, that's what we have agreed, 1,000, to help them do small research and publish in peer-reviewed journal, not any journal, so that they have the capacity now to apply for external grants. And that's the best way to develop researchers. The other one is business development. This is very important, especially IP commercialization. And I want to reiterate Professor Kanyinga. I think that's very important. Our faculty do not know how to cost a course. Like if you tell them, Kenya National Bank will like you to train IT teams for a 5-day course, they will have a problem to develop that, to price it. So let us have business development unit in every university. They are the link between the industry and the university. The role of the business development team is to go from company to company, business with possible solutions, and then they are able to help bring the faculty with their courses and customize. But I think they are the face of the university when it comes to business. The other component, which is I saw recently in North America, is establishment of research director at the university. I know we have research directors, but research directors where all research is coordinated. This is the director who knows there is a research call from a particular organization, and make sure that faculty are able to access, but also is a central person to make sure that they are submitted, they are in the right format, and the reporting purpose for the university. Lastly, I wanted to add on publication of journals. I think it's important that we access international journals which are free, rather than those journals that are I don't know, you pay, but I've never come across how that works. Also, in institutional journal, when you publish, your colleagues are in the board, the review board. It causes some ethical issues. So we need to be very sure that we are doing the right thing on that. So I think for me, lastly, Joy, you did mention a high caliber faculty. Maybe you need to unpack that. What did you have in mind about high caliber faculty? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I also want to thank the presenters for the wonderful presentations they have shared with us. And also I want to thank all the participants for these very productive engagements we are having here. On the issues of research, innovation, and the commercialization, in terms of as it relates to sustainable resources for our universities, I really want to say that yesterday we were talking about research and even this today, and we keep wondering how well are we doing in the area of research. As much as we say that one of the core mandates of the universities is to undertake research and eventually undertake also innovation and the community outreach. So we can say that as far as research is concerned, there's a very big issue there, that there's much to be done, and the recommendations which have been given by the presenters and other people are very much appreciated. But then again, from research to innovation, how many of our universities, how many innovations are we having in our universities in a year or in a given time? And furthermore, are those innovations being patented, and eventually are they being commercialized? Here within that context, I will want to say that ask some very obvious questions, because as universities, have we tried to ask ourselves, why is our country, Kenya, not becoming industrialized after more than 50 years of being independent? Also, when you look at Vision 2030, Vision 2030 clearly articulates that Kenya is supposed to become a middle-income industrialized country by the year 2030. But is that happening? All of us, we know that as a country, we are far from being industrialized, and basically, we are more of an agricultural country, as much as we are being in issues of the service economy. Here, again, as I said earlier, all of us, let us ask ourselves, how many innovations as universities, how many innovations are we coming up with, maybe in a yearly basis? And how many of those innovations are being patented? From being patented, how many of those innovations are being commercialized? We recently visited Finland, a very small country of 5 million. Every university you visit, they tell you that they have done a lot of innovations, a lot of commercialization, and because of that, you find a university such as the University of Tambell has played a very critical role in making Finland be industrialized. For instance, in the areas of forestry, there's no country in the world which has got very innovative machinery in terms of harvesting forest resources, in terms of paper production, courtesy of the collaboration between the universities and the industry. Here we have got to ask ourselves that what's wrong with us? Why are we not working with the industry? Why are we not working with the commercial sector? And in fact, I have got to say that there is urgent need for a paradigm. There is urgent need. In fact, we need what I can say some kind of revolution. There is a need for a paradigm shift in the way in which we do business.
we do realize that we are mainly training human resource. But even the way we train them, really, we need to completely change at the university level. The idea of competence-based training also needs to be embraced in our universities. Basically, are we giving these young men and women relevant competences which will make them to be problem solvers, which will make them to be wealth creators? Are we? Because in Finland again, even at the university level, they will tell you that they don't emphasize on issues of giving students grades, that you have gotten an A, a B, nonsense. They emphasize on competences. You must demonstrate in your training, whether in business, whether even in the liberal arts, how do you apply the knowledge you have acquired in solving a specific problem or in coming up with a better way of doing things. And in fact, that's innovation. Even in business, if you come up with a good idea of doing business, of establishing an activity, that is an innovation. So I'm here emphasizing that we really need to transform ourselves. Because, Chair, look at even the development of our road infrastructure. In the recent past, our roads are being built by Chinese. And we are told that those Chinese who are building those roads are not even university graduates. In fact, there are people probably who are probably diploma and certificate holders. They are the people who are building those roads using our labor. Why are we not doing it as universities? Why are we not helping our country in terms of building infrastructure, in terms of socioeconomic development? So those are very critical issues, and we keep talking here and talking here, but we have never come up with a better way of having them implemented. Finally, I want to deviate a bit and say I'm finishing. The idea that we are being given the same amount of money over the years, like we have been given around, say, 44 billion, the same amount of money every year being funded by government, is not true. The money we are being given is decreasing over the years. If you build inflation, the 44 million, which remains constant in the last 10 years, if you build inflation into it, the money, what we are receiving now, is far less than what we used to receive 5 years ago. That one is very clear, that the universities are getting less and less funding as time goes by. Finally, I'm going to make some very strange statement here. They will not be happy, most of you guys. And maybe I've got conflict of interest. Madam PS and the members of parliament have left. We have got about 10 vice chancellors who are going to retire from being vice chancellors 10 years from, they have been there in fact. Many of them, they are the founders of those constituency colleges where they served, and eventually now, they are also the founding vice chancellors. They have been there, they have built those institutions. They have struggled with the minimum financing, firefighting, and they have brought those universities to where they are at the moment, from nowhere to where they are. Whether you talk about Chuka, whether you talk about, which other one, Joe Hoost, whether you talk about Jekwat, whether you talk about Kisi, and the strategy, the sad thing is that they are going to retire and probably go maybe silently into oblivion. These things happen only in Africa, by the way. I'm requesting, Madam PS, and here I'm not really trying to be funny, I'm requesting that these vice chancellors, 10 of them, who have served diligently, building universities where there were no universities. To give an example, although people are saying they don't give any personal example, I went to Kisi University when it was having only 300 students, and there was no infrastructure. There was no library. I have struggled, and now I've created the foundation of a very vibrant university with more than 20,000 students. We have got the best we have got the best law program in the country. Our School of Medicine has been ranked as number 3 in the region, and now I'm going home. And I'm happy about it. I'm even getting, my hair is gray, I've colored it, I've painted it, but it's very gray. It's like Professor Mice, my hair, I've just colored it.
Prof, you can summarize
What I'm saying, a simple thing, we want these professors, ladies and gentlemen who are retiring, to be given just a simple token award, a national award, a national recognition, just an award. Whether you call it the order, I don't know, burning, I don't know, fire, I don't know how you call it. Let them be given. Where I come from, even the village elders have got those burning orders. Order of burning spear, order, I don't know, but elders, you what?
Prof, the point is made, thank you.
Yes, this is very important. I stay retire, they also know that at least they were recognized for the good work they did, and I'm very serious about it for the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The last question, please, so that we can have the panelists react. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam PS, and the parliamentarians who are here, and my fellow VCs, all visitors who have come today, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'll ask a very brief question and make also a contribution. I first want to thank the 2 previous speakers for their very good presentations. I specifically was very interested in what the first speaker spoke about, and I really must say that I'm taking a lot home from him. I also must appreciate Madam Joy for her presentation, although I'd like to make 1 or 2 comments. I was surprised when you gave the list of best performing universities in publications and also in research, and my ear almost came off my head as I was trying to listen for my university, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. We are researchers, we do a lot of publications, and I was surprised not to hear us. And I wondered where you got your information from, and I'd like to invite you to our university so that you can come and see what you're doing, what we are doing, and also perhaps we'll take you through to see that indeed we are doing a lot of research and making a lot of breakthroughs in areas of research which are relevant to this country and this region. In addition, we are also patenting a lot. Perhaps if you were to look at the list of institutions in this country with a lot of patents, I hope you will see us there. So we are doing something in research. I thought I would mention that. Now, you also told us a lot about international journals. I'm of a slightly different opinion, and I'm of the school of thought that we need to develop our own. I don't know whether that's a very bad idea or a good idea, but I believe that unless we start by developing our own, however crudely, and then building it so that we are able to compete internationally, then we will just be presenting journals which cannot really, papers which cannot compete internationally. So you talked about some journals which were in University of Nairobi, and my colleague is here, the VC. And I know many of these universities have got their own journals. We have our own journal. And we encourage especially our fourth-year project students, because they do very good research. Also, our postgraduate students to actually publish in there. We expect that for somebody to graduate with a master's degree from my university, they must publish one paper. Otherwise, they will not graduate. For those who graduate with PhD degrees, they must publish 2 papers. And we encourage them that one must be in a very high-level journal. And so when you hear that they've gotten their PhDs, they have actually met that qualification. So I wanted to say perhaps we need to encourage us to start our own journal. Our undergraduates, when they publish in the university journal, it is actually very exciting. When they come for their masters, we now encourage them to do better. By the time they come for their PhD, our expectations are very high. And in this way, we are also able to celebrate them. So I wanted to suggest that we don't really look down on our own journals, but let's use them as training areas as we build them towards where they'll compete internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those comments. I would really want to also pose a question to Prof. It takes too long for research papers to be approved. As a student and fellow other students have taken too long to to have their research papers concluded. Do we have an issue that we could address? Because I did my own paper in 1 year. My colleagues have not finished their master's papers to date. Where is the issue? Perhaps we can combine with this. And could this be a killer issue in the area of research? Thank you so much. Karibu, Prof. Oh, okay, see you. Karibu. Thank you.
So I'm going to answer. I'll start with JQuat. Yes, you're in the list, but unfortunately no longer the top 10. ISIPE has been performing really well in the last 5 years. I was even surprised. This is data I got this morning as we're having the presentations. I'll share that with you. It's the data that I was sharing with you on the open access platform. But you remember I'd said that one of the biggest challenges in Africa is research visibility and also and what is impeding on research visibility is infrastructure. You have more data in your repository. I know that. But your data is not assigned to digital object identifiers. So if it is not assigned to digital object identifiers, it means that that information cannot be harvested and it cannot be visible. The world is seeing what I've shared with you. So hence us pushing and advocating for open science, because that is going to be a game changer for JQuat. I know you're one of the top patent producers, but as I said, I was listing the top 11 actually, so I was really surprised. It's not working, okay. So I was really surprised when I did not see JQuat in the top. I'm so used to seeing JQuat and KU. You're always neck on neck. So ISIPE has overtaken you. Which is a good thing, because ISIPE has been below the top 10 for a while, and this is good to see a lot of competition amongst the research institutions and the universities. I'll share with you the data, but we need to have a sit down with your Director of Library Science, okay? It means, yes, you do have a repository, it's on DSpace. 2 things. That repository maybe is not interoperable with other repositories, that's why we can't harvest that data. Number 2, the information in that repository not all of them have digital object identifiers. This understanding and trend in higher education on open science is so important because it will help answer that question. So that is number 1. Publishing. As I said, it's a very dicey topic. Before we go gung-ho into publishing, we need to understand that there are copyrights involved. All of us have published, and we need to understand that once you publish in any journal, you hand over your copyrights. Okay? When you hand over your copyrights, even if that journal collapses, you cannot retrieve it. That's done. Okay? Publishing is an expensive endeavor. I'm not saying we do not support local journals. If you have the budget, go for it. Now, the journal I talked about by Calro, which is the East African Journal of Agriculture and Forestry, the very first journal was published in 1923. And it went on well until 94, and then we were seeing it tapering. The next journal after 93 was 94, then 97, then 2007. They could not afford to sustain publishing that journal. The reason why we are seeing the East African Journal for Agriculture and Forestry is because Taylor and Francis took over publishing. That is the administrative bit of managing the journal. And it costs money. You're looking at about $60,000 a year. So we are not saying no to institutional journals. Number one, it's expensive. The purpose of these last 2 days conversation is, how do we make money? How do we spend less? If you know you cannot afford to produce a journal, do not. But there are other ways. And these are the ways I want to share with you. That's what I was talking about, preprints. Now in Africa, preprints have become increasingly popular. If you're in the medical sciences, you're already familiar with bioarchive, medArchive. If you're in agricultural sciences, agriarchive. These repositories are a step before when you publish. So as you're going through your journal selection strategy, journal selection strategy means that you're identifying where to publish, especially for the students. This would be perfect for the students. You make sure that they submit their papers into the preprint repository. It will continue getting peer review, open peer review, as this student is looking for where to publish. It will start getting cited. Your institution will be acknowledged. It is also actually the best place for a student to start learning and understanding the academic publishing workflow. So instead of shooting yourself on the foot as an institution by producing a journal that cannot be seen, that, if you're asking where is that journal, it's on your website, but it's not in African Journals Online or Director of Open Access Journals, you do a disservice to your students. So let's flip the narrative and say, fine, can we afford to produce journals? Well and good. But no, just know that it will cost you. Your journal, before you encourage your students to publish in your institutional journals, and this is not for JKUAT, no, it's for everyone, make sure your journals are already indexed at least in African Journals Online. That's the foundation. Because through African Journals Online, it means that it is accessible at a continental level. African Journals Online will provide the digital object identifiers, increasing the output coming out of your institution. But it is a long process. It is a long process because we have to protect. You need to understand, once the copyrights have been handed over, that's it. So you end up doing a disservice to your student. So preprints are the best option. There is Africa Archive, which is a preprint repository for African research outputs. So, and it's multidisciplinary. And we host it at the University of Nairobi, at TCC Africa. We host it. So what you do is that encourage the students to submit their manuscripts in the preprint repository. And now going back to the ministry of why we are pushing for open science is because when that is recognized as an output, the student can graduate. Remember, COVID-19, we heavily relied on preprints as the outputs to be used, as the outputs that were released on COVID-19, okay? So that is how you can go around it. But then at a national and regional level, yes, we do have journals in Kenya and East Africa that researchers are publishing in. But we need to be smart about the academic publishing workflow. It's a very expensive process, not only financially. Gone are the days when you'd make a professor the editor-in-chief. Those days are gone. You will have to hire an editor-in-chief. The professor could be head of the scientific committee, but you'll have to hire an entire team to manage it. So that is what I'm saying. I'm not saying no. It's if you can afford it, go for it. If you know how your institution is. If you know your institution cannot afford it, encourage the students to publish in preprints. And this is the best part. Publishers look for preprints faster than just papers, because when they're taking those preprints, they also take the citations as well. So it is an increased, it's a double increased visibility for the researcher. Yes, I hope I've answered your question. Yes.
Thank you very much. As my colleague was talking, I did a calculation of how much it would take to support any journal before printing. It can't cost you less than 8 million shillings. That's the truth of the matter. Because the managing editor that you require for any journal cannot be at the level of less than an associate professor. And it's a full-time job. If you want your journal not to be predatory, they must be having a copy editor, a proper editor, a managing director to review the papers before sending them to reviewers. Simple. And I don't know whether we all have that kind of money. I'm just making figures of what I know. I'm involved in some journals, and I don't pay for them. I'm just only one of the people invited sometimes as a managing editor for a short period of time, or even a reviewer. And I know those are the going rates, but in US dollars equivalent to that. Some of the journals we have in our universities are predatory journals by definition. That's the bad news. Our own universities. If we go by the criteria that we know we use to examine a journal that is not predatory, the journals that we have and where we publish ourselves are predatory in character because the peer review process is not properly supervised. You submit a journal and it is published in a period of less than 1 month, especially when students are around to graduate or when you want to be promoted. The editors are our friends, and that's the ethical question I think Professor Mbozire raised, and so many things that we can mention. They are not properly indexed, and no one can see them anywhere outside of your university. The website itself died a long time ago. It's only activated around the graduation time. And we all know that if you want to publish in a peer review, high impact peer review journal, I don't think the process takes less than 9 months, the lowest number of months to publish in a credible peer review journal for us in social sciences and the humanities. In sciences, I don't know, Professor Kiboge, maybe you people maybe have a different, you never know, but in our own, even if you submitted an article in Nature, maybe it takes slightly longer than a month or 2 months. But predatory journals, the ones we have even in our own departments, leave a lot to be desired. And that's why we are saying, let's publish in areas where people can be seen, where the publications can be seen, because Kenya is losing. Kenya is losing. And by the way, China used to be ranking behind Kenya about 20 years ago in terms of publications. China now is number 2 to US. It has taken even the UK. Because they have made corrections that matter, and that's what we need to pay attention to. I would like to plead with Mr. Charles Rengera of HELB, Geoffrey Munari of University Funding Board, and through Professor Machuki of the Presidential Advisory Team on Economic Affairs, to listen to Professor Akama very carefully. Please develop a small, short briefing note that can be passed to the Ministry of Education to recognize professors. I don't think there is any professor who has ever been awarded even for publishing or giving the credibility of the country any ranking. And yet we are the ones who contribute to national development process. He's raised a very important point. People are retiring, but no one will ever recognize them. I think there is need to pay attention to some of those small things that we start saying that professors are also being recognized for their contribution to society development, because that's the important role of a university. Let me move to the question of commercialization. Yesterday, the Vice Chancellor Kirinyaga raised a very important issue, and I think we did not pay attention to it. The procurement processes we have in universities prevent us from commercializing some of our innovations. This became very clear during COVID. Many universities innovated very quickly with so many things, products. if one were to count products that I know of at the University of Nairobi that are ready for commercialization, they are not less than 30, including patents. But the procurement regulations, when you begin the process, that's when you realize that you are a state corporation. The Kenyatta University Vice Chancellor was saying, maybe we need to start looking at state corporations' laws and see how they can facilitate commercialization of what we have. Even use of land itself was mentioned as a challenge. There are some things that prevent us from making money, Madam PS. We can make money if the law allowed us to make money. I think that's the message that the meeting is passing. She has raised a very important point about delays in the universities, about why students sometimes delay in their PhDs or masters. I must admit, sometimes the students come to university for purpose of a certificate, not for purposes of earning knowledge, because the university is there to provide you with knowledge and what you do with that knowledge. So students are very weak in theory. And I've seen so many students coming to ask me for a theory. Marim, give me a theory. I don't put a theory in my pocket. A theory is in the literature review. So even the way we teach development of theory means that a student, the moment they start going to the fieldwork and they're not ready with their theoretical framework, they'll be coming to you as a supervisor, asking, borrowing a theory. Malim, give me a theory. Where will you go with that student? So we have got problems because also our students are not coming for purposes of standing and adding knowledge, but they are coming for purposes of certificates, which are two different things. If you are coming for a certificate, you'll take a very long time because you are not reading. And if you are coming for knowledge, you'll take a very short time because you'll start reading and you'll improve your knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, let me stop there, but I hope that Rengera, Jeff Monari, and Machuki will take that responsibility of developing a briefing note and pass it over to the ministry to see how to thank the Vice Chancellors and the DVCs in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity to allow all of us to applaud for ourselves, and first and foremost, our panelists. 3 factorial, please. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. And for ourselves, 1 hearty clap. Thank you so much. I now take this opportunity to give this program back to the CEO so that we can proceed from there. Karibu CEO. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We want now to wrap up this program so that we can allow ourselves to go for lunch. But before we do that, as we agreed, this is going to be an action discussion. We want to present to you 3 simulations based on the proposed funding models. So I'll ask, where is there was a document so that we can be able, in the interest of the, the new constitution allows that we are transparent, you do public participation, and if there is a session that is the most important, is this one. There was a simulation, just not that one. Is Leah here? I think it was shared to Leah. Yeah. As we organize what we have done, as you are all aware, this year the number of students who got C+ and above were 173,345. We have been discussing on how we will be able to fund these students so that they can, COOPs can be able to open the portal to facilitate this process. We have come up with several simulations. Yes, I can see that is there. I wonder why it is black, but I think we can proceed. So we have come up with several simulations so that we can be able to discuss with you and you give us your honest opinion on which direction to go. So to just give you a background, number one, in this financial year, that is in the coming financial year, that is 2023-24, we have got 109,000 students who we expect to exit the universities, and they will not be funded or given a grant in the next financial year. And I think this we need to agree that this, going forward, we will have to be very strict on this. As Professor Abdul said earlier, in fact, going forward, we are creating a system where if a student repeats 1 year, we shall not fund that year. We shall only fund for 4 years if the course is 4 years, or 5 years is 5 years. But if you repeat first year, that first year, then you stay out, we'll fund you second year, so that you do not use funds for others and stay in the university for long. Number two, we will be looking at the data more carefully, because we have realized that we have got many audit issues, and you'll be seeing this with the audit reports the Auditor General has raised, that there are many students who should have finished their studies and are still there. There are many who have the records we receive duplicate at some point. Some universities do give duplicate records, and all those issues. I'm sure some of you have seen our letters. But the amount of money that will be available will be, I've talked about the 109,000 students who will be releasing 9 billion Kenya shillings. The National Treasury has been kind enough, and they have increased funding by 6.9 billion. So for first years, we shall be having 15.9 billion shillings available for funding. So what does that mean? If you look at the base simulation, what we are calling the base simulation, is that if we fund all those students and increase fees by 16%, just go down, who has this, so that there's a table there. That will be the impact. Just there, just stop there. What it means is that if we fund all the 173,000 students, we will require, at 80%, we will require 39.3 billion, which gives us a deficit of 20.5 billion. If we fund these same students, 173, we will require 25.5 billion. The Exchequer is giving us 15.9 billion. We are proposing a fee increment of 16,000, which will raise only 2.7 billion. We shall still have a deficit of 6.8 if we fund at 65%. If we fund at 55%, we will require 21.6 billion, Exchequer 15.9 billion, and if the fee increment remains the same, because it's the same number of students, it will be the deficit will be 2.8 billion. If we fund at 50%, then the deficit will be 929 million. However, if we fund so that we don't have a deficit and increase fees, it means that we will fund the universities at 38%, which means that from the 48% we shall reduce the funding of each student to 38%. However, you'll see that there is a positive there because of the increased fees, which we are not sure about moving forward. So that will be the situation. That is if we continue funding all the students. Let's go to simulation number 2. Simulation number 2, just go up a bit so that I can read. No. You have gone. What are the advantages of this? We will have 100% transition, which we have been doing over the years. The disadvantages, the DUC will drop to 38%. The funding crisis shall continue as usual and even become more. And most importantly, the quality of education will continue to deteriorate. That is a base simulation. That is what we have been used to over the years. Now we go to the first simulation that we looked at. This simulation looks at the criteria where all the students who got A's and A minuses are awarded grants. Socioeconomic, we look at the socioeconomic background. That is the most needy. National priority areas and affirmative action is looked at in this simulation, and also based on the criteria and assuming that tuition would be increased by 16,000 minimum. The total number of students to be funded will now go to 81,625 students, which will require a total budgetary requirement as below. Just go to the table, please. Just go down. Because the table shows at 80%, if we are funding 81,000 students and the fees goes up by 16,000, we will have a deficit of 1.5 billion. However, if we fund at 65%, we will not have a deficit. We will have a surplus of 5 billion from this amount, which we can be able to fund the continuing students. If we fund at 55%, we will have a surplus of 6.9 billion, which we will fund the continuing student. And if we fund at 50%, we will have a surplus of 7.8 billion, which will fund the continuing students. From that table, the most viable option, this shows that if you are to fund, then we fund the most needy at 80%, and we only fund 81,625 students. What are the advantages of this? Students are funded according to the available resources with the government, meeting the 80% DUC requirement, although this comes with a deficit of 1.5 billion Kenya shillings. What are the disadvantages? 91,502 students who attained C+ and above will not get government sponsorship. And we know this will be a huge backlash if you think about it. If we leave out 91, because last year we took in 122,000 students, if I'm not wrong, Mercy, at about 121, isn't it? 122. So this will be a reduction of the number of government-sponsored students. Transition rates to university will then reduce. However, you will have 91,502 students who can pick up Module 2 programs and other programs. The advantage is that we will have taken care of all the needy students and all the students who got A and A minus. Let's go to simulation number 2. Simulation number 2 is talking about if we increase fees by 32,000, the same conditions, just go down. If we increase fees by 32, that we go to what we proposed, and I know many of you heard the figure that has been proposed here is 48,000. Then the deficit, if we fund at 80%, funding the same number of students will be 247 million from the 1.5 billion that I said there. And at 65%, we'll have 6.3 billion going to the continuing student, 8.2 billion going to the continuing student, 9.1 billion going to the continuing students. I don't want to belabor, because you can see the only change in this simulation, this table, is the fees going to 48,000 per year. So the net increment will be 32,000 for each student. The third simulation will consider funding 136,222 students who scored C+ with a cutoff having 49 points. That will be the cutoff. Over C+, you'll have a C+ of 49 points for female and 51 for male. 49 because of affirmative action. There were less female students who pursued the last KCSE cohort of 2022. That means that we'll still be at C+ and above. From the, let's go down so that I can explain the table. The table therefore shows at 80% we will have a deficit without fee increment. The fee increment here will bring 2.1 billion if we increase by 16%. It's not on the table. If we increase by 16,000, we'll increase fees by 2.1%. If we increase 2.1 billion, if we increase by 32,000, we'll increase fees by 4.2 billion. So everyone here is very clever. They can add that there. So that the deficit there, if we increase fees by 32, at 80% the deficit reduces to 4.4 billion. If we fund the same number of students at 65%, we will not have a deficit. So the 4.1 billion gets wiped out. If we fund at 55% of the DUC, we will have, and they are paying 48,000, then this cohort, we will have a surplus of about 3.1 billion, which will fund the continuing students. And if we fund at 50%, remember we are funding at 48, then we will have, and fees increases by 32,000, then it means we will have a surplus of 4.5 billion, which will be used to fund, which means the DUC for the continuing will also increase. What are the advantages of this formula, this simulation? Distribution of the grant ensuring affirmative action for students from 14 marginalized counties. This simulation has taken all the students who are from 14 marginalized counties as per the CRA, so that we ensure they get a grant. They are part of the 136,222 students. All the students who have got disabilities have also been taken care of in this simulation and will be awarded a grant. That is, that is the way it will be. On this simulation, we'll have an increase of students funded from the current 122,000 for the cohort of 2021 to 136,222. The only students who will not be admitted and who can join these other programs will be 36,905. That will be the disadvantage. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are the three scenarios we have discussed and pondered with. So I invite your suggestions, comments, which is the best scenario, but I will kindly request you keep your comments very brief and straight to the point, so that we can be able to discuss this and move forward. So we can start with Chairman. I think I'll give you the, and Professor Kiama. Is there anyone from that side? Because once I move this way, it's the end. Okay. Chairman, Professor Kiama, Professor Nangulu, sorry. Anyone from here? That one is gone. This row, Professor Gisheru, Robert, thank you. So we'll listen to those 5 comments and then we can discuss another round. But let's keep them brief.
I'll be very brief.
Yes.
I'm wondering, why are you doing these simulations and leave out continuing students? Because you cannot say you'll be left with 1 billion, you'll be left with 3 billion, and yet we have more than 400,000 who are waiting to be funded by that money. I would have wished, because when we talk of DUC of 48%, we are talking of all the students in the university, including the first years. And if I were you, I would have taken into account the continuing students, then bring in the first years and see how many then I can be able to fund. But we cannot live here saying that DUC will be funded at 80, and we're only talking of first years, second year, third year, fourth year, and so on, are not taken into account in the calculations.
For that?
Yes, thank you very much. I think probably have seen this model before. Just to indicate that we need to do a little more. There is a lot of work that needs to be done. I hope before we do the placement of students, first, we must decide as a country that we are not going to place students without providing for funding for them because of the issue of quality. So it's not possible to talk about 30%, 40%, or whatever percent without you cannot place, and then say you cannot go even to a shop, leave alone universities, and you can take them as a shop because the service we offer is education. You go to a neighbor's shop, you buy sugar, they tell you the sugar cost is 200. You say, you pick the sugar and you say, I will pay 50%, I will pay 100. When you come, you find the shop closed tomorrow. And that is exactly what has been happening in the university. So the debate now, because we are all here and moving progressively with the President Working Party, that we must have never have a debate on the table again about how not to pay full fees. That one, let us not go into any simulation where we say we don't pay or this one. That would be a long way. Then also to put in consideration is that when this fee was determined, the DUC was determined, it's 2015. That is when those figures were put. And the inputs at that time were different from what they are now. So, fuel cost was different at that time, and now it has doubled, tripled. The staff cost, the professor, the salary the professor was getting that time is different from what he is getting this time. So, even the baseline DUC need to be shaken and need to be looked into. And they agreed what is that DUC. So that even when we are talking about any percentage. Now also to know, so that the figure we are talking about, the DUC figure today, which we are saying we pay 80%, is a wrong figure. Yeah. For today, is a 2015 determined figure and the inputs are different. Now, also to know that we have universities which are very heavily technical. So, if you take a program like dentistry, 720. The 20% is not 16,000 of that amount of money. So if you push and you say you are going to pay 50%, you are paying 360 for someone to come and do dentistry. Yeah. So what happens is that you will not ensure bad quality. So there is a lot of work, in my view, that need to be done before determining what is the figure. What I have proposed earlier, that it is important to put the entire cost of the student on the table, and then after that determine what is going to come from household, what is going to come from government grants, what is going to come from loan. And that is put on the table, it is determined. And then after that you bring the issue of priority programs. You say maybe if you are doing medicine, then maybe the government will pay the 80%. If you are doing maybe supply chain management or whatever it is, the government is going to pay 10%. Yeah? So that is program by program. Not simply take numbers. Yeah. I'm sorry, I have now to, because you know you said you would like us to determine this so that now you are able to move to the next level. I was just saying, let us just, even if it will take us 1 week or 2 weeks to just determine what it is, and to ensure that once we determine that some portion should come from loan or household, then the government engages funding agencies to see how to support and how the government can guarantee these loans moving forward, so that no discipline, no person will miss
to study because of money, but the government will grant loan, like what we heard about other countries, like UK, etc. That is my contribution to this, and I would be hesitant to say that we conclude, because if we conclude and we move, and this becomes a policy, then we are just back to the same hole.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof.
Can I go on?
No, I think it was Professor.
She's donating to me. But thank you so much, Geoffrey, for these 3 simulations. First, we must acknowledge that inflation has really gone up over the years. And if you do not reflect this is inflationary trends into the module or the models we are coming up with, then we will be missing the point. Number 2, we must also acknowledge that as we sit here, the recurrent budget probably is what we could be talking about. And that has not, in fact, there was a likelihood it could have been revised downwards, but maybe, hopefully, maybe it is going to be retained. So how this model will impact on the recurrent budget, which is already probably revised and retained wherever it is, there's a debate that we need to lift a little notch higher. Last but not least, the development budget, unfortunately, is not being accommodated in this simulation. And that, if we do not address it as a separate requirement to offload the burden, especially for those already approved projects, again, it would be an area which will be leaving the universities, especially the young ones, with a huge gap to offload. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think let me take those 3 first, because sometimes when you, I'll come to you in the next round, Prof, please. Okay. Because if we have so many, then we'll lose the very important points that have been raised. Number 1, on the issue, Professor Mruvi said that we consider all the students. If you looked at the proposals we are agreeing, it's about fee increment. And the proposed way forward is that we are only going to increase fees from first years. So if we do a simulation based on all the students in the university, after putting in all this money, then it means that we have to increase fees for all the students from first year to 6th year, which has got other implications. That is my humble submission. But if we are increasing fees for only first years, and as we gradually, we shall be winning. I remember John Mose here said, how we handled the DUC initially was a problem because there was a sudden way in which this changed, and it gave universities a problem. Because if we change this immediately, then it may have a ripple effect across the country, which we may not be able to handle. So the proposal was that we increase fees from first years, and we move forward to the last year, which will make it easier for implementation. And hence the proposal to just look at this, and remember we have a ceiling on this. I think Mose, he's there, but I'll ask him to comment. On the issue of reviewing the whole DUC, the figures not Professor Kiama, I think your comments are spot on. I actually support that we should review this DUC. But look at the position we are in now. If you looked at the newspaper yesterday, and going around this period, many of us are already asking, and that's what I read, that how come we have not started placement? So if we start reviewing, maybe we can have a transition clause and say that we are going to start the review because of costs and inflation of the whole DUC, so that we can start placing these students now. But the next work that we are going to work on is the reviewed DUC on the costs of the programs. So that in the next review, which will be in the next financial year, because remember the BPS, we already have a ceiling. It has already been closed on 30th of April. There is a process that has already started. And I think, Mose, you can comment on that, which we may not stop now.
I agree that there is a need to review this, but where we are in a very awkward position. We need to give it time so that by September when we present to, it's not even next year, but September when we present to the National Treasury, we are giving them with revised figures, and that would be adapted by all of us by then, and then we can now suggest the revised figures in the next financial year. But as it is now, then it becomes difficult. On the issue of development budget, we have not taken care of it here because currently the development budget is not using a formula. Once we agree at the end of this meeting that that is the process that we shall be going, then we can be able to agree on implementation of the development formula that we presented here earlier. So those are my comments, and I hope I have been able to respond to your concerns effectively, and we can continue. Because we are not in a perfect situation, but we are moving towards a situation where we can be able to implement the required changes. Professor Nangun?
Yeah, thank you very much. I still have this, I'm sharing the sentiments raised by my chair, Professor Mulubi, and the Professor Kiama. One, we should not lock out students. Students work so hard to pass exams. And once we say as a country that C+ is the cutoff point, let us live by it. We are doing a lot of damage to students. Because here you come up with simulation and you say the C+ now, you have raised male 51, and yet we also know the problem of the boy child in this country. The issue of 14 marginalized counties, just let us look at the demographic patterns that we just released recently from the economic surveys of this country. The data is there. The population studies are there. I was born in Bungoma. I'm married in Kakamega. If you will find out that Bungoma and Kakamega will not be marginalized. But when you look at the index of poverty, they are still very high. Then some of these C+ students are the ones who are going to rural schools, to day schools, and then when you lock them out, yet when they come to university at C+, you'll find out that they are performing better than a student who came from B+ in an academy or in a well-furnished school. So the issue of simulation, I don't support it. If we went by this simulation, personally, I would never have gone to university in a day school. And for me to acquire the points I acquired by that time from day school, and later on I performed much better than the still people who even passed better than me. Let us just get a policy. One, C+, they go to university. Unless if they opt to go to TVET the way they are going on their own. Number two, let us not do simulation. It is very frustrating for some of us who have been in the committees, including small committees, for over 2 years, and we agreed that DUC moves from 48%. I wish you even said it is 49, rather than now saying it is 38. Let us just agree we increase fees. Students go to university. Those who want to go to TVET go. Those who want to go to private school or university go. And then we also look at in the transfers, and we look at the needs of a student. I want to tell you, even the marginalized area, I'll say, for example, West Pokot borders Trans Nzoia and borders parts of Bungoma, and you'll find out that the students also are selected from these two counties, and they go to West Pokot. It doesn't mean they are marginalized. They'll still go to university, and the real marginalized in West Pokot in primary school, will not, in day school, will not go to university. Let us just make policies, and we get firm, and we struggle as a country with those policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that was a comment. Yes, Prof.
Thank you, Robert Gateru again, Riara University. Just a few comments. And listening to all the conversations we've had here since yesterday, I think we must get to a point where we appreciate that the writing is on the wall. And we cannot continue to do the same thing over and over and expect different results. We must do things differently if we need to be able to move forward. And part of that is really getting to a point where we agree, and we have been told countless times, government is not in a position to sponsor every student. And I'm not speaking for government, but the writing is on the wall and we can see it, and we've heard about it. What we need to ask ourselves is, what is the best funding model for this country? Before the Matiang'i reforms that we talked about yesterday, that's when the rain started beating us. Before the Matiang'i reforms, not everybody was being sponsored. We used to have cut-off points. There was no crisis, and things were progressing well. We need to get to a point where we perfect that method. So instead of using just a grade and saying B- and above get sponsorship, can we use, for example, the formula that HELB uses to determine who deserves funding? Because when we sponsor everybody, I submit here, and I know we are from private sector, you have students who come from schools where they are paying over 300, 400,000 per year in high school. The parents who are affording to take them to these expensive private schools, they get C+ and above, and you want to pay for them 16,000 or 70,000? Those who have ability to pay should be given the chance to pay, and that's how both private and public universities will come out of the problems we have. But as long as we are going to Treasury to beg and borrow for money to support the students, we'll always have an issue. So, because now we have students who are at home, maybe we accept we need to have a transition period. What we do this year may not necessarily be what we'll do next year. We could start somewhere, but my submission, and in line with what some of the speakers have said, let's not lower too much. At least 65% DUC. And then if we're able to get a formula of determining who needs this sponsorship, because we're even sponsoring people who have not applied for the sponsorship in the first place. Who needs it? And then we support those who deserve the sponsorship. Finally, I want to say that that funding formula, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. Charles Ringera has been doing it for a long time. What can we borrow even for the current cohort? If we can't, then we do a cutoff and proceed. Then when it comes to where the student is placed, I submit, and as I mentioned earlier with the model of NHIF, let the student get the coupon, let them decide where they want to study. It doesn't cost the government anything extra when the student chooses. The final one, and very important, and I request all of us, there is a major stakeholder we need to bring on board, and that is the media. We are sitting here today. What were the headlines in the newspapers? Parents shocker on fee increase. You know, the way the message is packaged, it becomes very important. And we need to have the media as our partner so that when you plant the word shocker or pain or etc., it looks like VC sat to cause pain to parents. But we need to pass the message that this is good, for the good of the country and for posterity. So if we can bring the media on board, they help disseminate this message, we increase the fees, then the message will be home and we start to get out of the hole. So I leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think let's make very brief comments. Was there anyone on this side? Yes, Prof. Let's make very brief comments.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things that I need to mention, when I look at your simulation 1 and also 2, I find it quite a big challenge.
And, okay, I can look at simulation 3, but also with it, I have a few questions. Especially if you are just going to issues to do with affirmative action to the county rather than to the students themselves. So to me, we have some of the people from some of these, whatever you may call marginalized, but you know they stay in Nairobi. So we should be looking at the student, not the county that this person is coming from. Let us not just generalize, because even in the, whatever you're calling the marginalized countries, we still have some very, very rich people. Recently I saw one, copters. So you can't tell me that the son or the daughter is marginalized. The other thing that I also have a problem with is where you say that you're going to allocate the resources, maybe to the students with a disability, just the same thing. To me, I look at a university like Kenyatta University, where you have, which I think in the whole country, they have the highest concentration of students with disabilities. So the resources should be allocated to the university, not to the student. And if, yeah, there can be a portion for the student, maybe those who need it. So I'm saying that we may need to look at the whole, the whole assimilation, and let it also be driven by the needs of the country. We know there are some programs that will attract a lot of our students. A good example is procurement. But we know that is not our priority as a country. You look at agriculture, look at the number of students who choose a program, very few. So I'm saying that we need to look at it, see where can we be able to improve on it, but if it was an exam for ticking, I could have ticked number 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take those 3. Professor Nangulu is of the opinion that, which is it's one of the best simulations here, and the simulations are normal things that we do so that we can see how we are going. She's of the opinion that we admit the 173,000 students, 345, and we fund them at 38%, because that is what she has said, that all these students require to be admitted. So that is one proposal. The second proposal, how can we be able to use HELB formula? I want to assure you the second simulation where we got about 81,000 students is what we have incorporated HELB. If you go there, you will see we have looked at merit in terms of what you got in the university, need-based. So it means the concerns of Professor Nangulu, if you come from Bungoma and you are very poor, using the criteria HELB uses, then we will take and fund only 81,000 students and leave out 91,000 students. I don't know who has this. If you go to the second simulation, that is a proposal that simulation is saying. It means we will leave out 91,000, and it has looked at the level of need, looking at your concerns. We are saying we are looking at the whole country and saying how many needy students are available. And how can we be able to fund only those ones fully? And then the rest we leave them out to be able to look for their own funding. The way Stare operates and other universities. That is the second scenario where we are talking about, just go down, I think, yes, you can see merit, somebody talked about national priorities and affirmative action. But we are looking at students who will be only, will fit that criteria, and we fund them fully. The deficit will be 1.5, and we will have 91,000 students who will be out here, so that we can be able to, and it will take care of your cons, Prof, of your concerns, and the rich, in quotes, or the middle class, all of them will be left out to fend for themselves. The third scenario, we have said that we are looking at the 14 marginalized counties and the disabled, which you have talked about KU, because we are saying they require more. Anyone who is able in a different way will be taken care of. This one will accommodate 136,222, leaving out only 36,000 to join the other programs that they may choose to join. So those are the three scenarios, and I'm not saying they are perfect. There is no perfect. If we had an extra 14 billion, we will not even be talking about these scenarios. We would have funded everyone at 178 at 80%. We know that we have funded everyone. But the problem we have is that we have got limited funds. If we are going to fund everyone, we should all accept that we are going from 48% to 38%, and then we move forward and we hold our peace until the next budget cycle. Just one, or you want to react? But before, I think after you finish, Professor Laila can give. You're okay? Okay. And then we can, after years,
I can just clarify something so that we don't go that direction. Yeah, it's like this. The placement is for all students.
Yes.
Yeah? The placement is for all students. After that, we go to the Ligera's formula and try to improve it. Whatever other parameters we need to put in, we see who gets how much, student by student. Not a whole simulation like that. And if you wish, you remember, we were somewhere. And we were asked that question. We were asked, how come somebody is paying in secondary, but when in the university you pay for them 100% or whatever percentage? That question we were asked. So let us ensure that that is what we address, because some of us believe that is the correct way. That when it comes for this one, you pay 100%, and this program you pay 100%, but this one you pay less percentage. So, but the placement, in my view, we should place everyone, and then go to the simulation of who we pay for, how much, and how much loan we pay. Because even at that point we were asked, who fixed that loan, that it must be only this amount? Isn't it?
Yes.
So if we go that way, then we will not go to this, that 8% or anything like that. Yeah.
I totally agree. I was actually coming to that, because the placement, we are not going to try placement to the amount of money. I think placement will continue. We can place all the 173, but the funding part, that's why I'm talking about funding. And Professor Kiama is right. We are going to fund based on the available funds. So we can go again, maybe I can start with the Mercy there, and then we go this way. Who else? Prof, Charles, and then, yeah, those ones. And then after that, unless there's any other burning one, we can close this matter.
Okay. Good afternoon. Now, I like what is coming up, because I have been part of the process of looking at the different scenarios. We even have some that are not here, that we had even put parking. But my request is that we separate funding and placement. Placement is on merit. Yeah, all these children, 880-something thousand, have done their best, and those are the grades that they have. Now, when we start discussing who goes to the university because either they are wealthy or they are not wealthy, the marginalized, the thing is, with the grades they got, they all deserve to be placed in whatever program of their choice based on merit. So my request to you as our stakeholders is that if we can agree that we first place. Now, just to remind you, some years back when the cutoff was a B- for girls and a B for boys, the population, the number of students who were left out that time, they are suffering up to today. There are students who C+ is the highest grade in some of these, even sub-counties and in some of the sub-counties. So if we talk of raising the cutoff, from the numbers, we have 10,000 schools. We are already going to remove 5,000 schools from the placement process. So we need to be really careful and see what is the best for Kenyans. My plea is that we place everyone based on merit. Then we discuss the issues of funding based on the different models that we have, and we are not starting from zero. We already have what HELB is using, and we even tried to apply it, and we saw that we, to some extent, we can be able to use that formula and also look at the government priority areas and say this number of students can actually pay for themselves. I submit.
Thank you. Charles? Then we'll go to Prof there, then Professor Ochi.
And mine was really a clarification, not even trying to get into the modeling aspect, but maybe for comfort, Professor Kiam, this scenario, just like Geoffrey has already explained, it has taken into account the neediness. You remember that place you were saying we were asked. So we have taken experience and we were asked about our experience as HELB. We have come up with the neediness levels as per what we have done in HELB over so long. Now, this one does not consider this thing called rescue package. We are assuming ceteris paribus. We know the money that has been allocated by MTEF next year, and I think Professor Muluvi, it was now clear, this is the release that will be coming from the graduating student. That's the money we can be able to see for first years. And therefore the conversation then should be, the other conversations are going on. I know peers and the economic advisors are working on something else different. But you see, children are growing every day. They need to go to school. So we are looking at how do we quickly then allow them to get into school using what we know. What we know is this number. This number is known. How do we share it equitably? And therefore that is where the models are coming from. Development money also, it is not part and parcel of this. Because that one, the ministry is involved in that development process. Now, the only thing I wanted stakeholders to be aware of, and I think it is very critical, and that is why the rumors are all over in the media, we need to start this process now. And why? Placement needs to do its work. They require about 3 months to be able to complete its work. And we are saying the link, placement and money. Placement is merit-based. There is somebody who will be taken University of Nairobi to do medicine at a total cost of first few years 360 and 720 later on, and they don't want a grant. So they will not express interest of getting a grant. It is only after placement finishes its work that HELB or this new process that we are thinking about will start its work. And they will have then to apply for the grant. So which means for purposes of applying this formula and simulation, you require another almost 3 months. You say the cut-off date for applying for grant is this date, then you receive all the application, just the same formula that HELB does, which has got, it is time bound to see, I have this amount of money, and I have this number of applications, I will allocate. And using that means testing instrument that then we are talking about, which means why I think Geoffrey was bringing it here is so that, first of all, is to eliminate the, the rumor mill that is in town, number one. Number two, so that then people have got time to select their courses, be placed, and also get on board. The ones who require loans and grants, they get on board and start applying for the loan. I submit.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much. I think in all the presentations that were done here, we were talking about the DUC, that it dropped from 80 to 48. We got opportunity with the proposal of DUC at 80 or 65, we were also crying that the fee has remained constant for a period of time, and it was only 16,000. This proposal which is floated here is talking about moving it to 32 and then to 48. And remember, it is only taking into account the first year students, meaning that even if we were to pick any of this, it will take a 4-year cycle so that we can see the financial implication of the decision we are taking today. And if I listened very well, Madam P.S. was talking about some presentation tomorrow or probably this week. It was something very urgent, meaning that decisions we are making today, that we should take decisions as quick as possible so that we don't miss anything. So ask me, what should I say? I propose that we maintain DUC at 80%, because that is what was agreed long time ago. And I want to also propose that the fee moves to 48, and that is what again had been proposed by Committee of Vice Chancellors some time back. I know the consequences for the students who will not be able to meet that. But for goodness sake, we have got also universities that are almost sinking. And therefore, hard as it may be, as far as I'm concerned, that's the way to go, given the time and given that it is only being charged on first year students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Prof.
I wanted to just say what you were saying, because my worry is that we seem to be giving complex answers to complex questions. Therefore, we are confusing ourselves. I think we need to have a very simple answer to this complex issue. And it's simple. This is what we expect from DUC. This is what we expect from fees. All those other issues, please let us go on discussing them even at home with your children. But I'm saying let us please be decisive and say the reason why we propose 80 cents is this, the reason why we are proposing 48 is this. Then those other things, let us discuss them later, because we are confusing ourselves.
Thank you very much. As we conclude, we are taking care of, Professor Wenaina, the last comment.
Thank you very much. I think I really understand the issue. We know that we have students who have to be placed, but I just want to warn. The reason why the universities are where they are, part of the problem is having a situation where a decision has to be made very quickly and saying the rest we can do after placement. We signed CMBAs without pension, and we were told, because it is so important that the student can go back, take the salary, pension is going to come back. Pension is going to follow. Up to today, that has not taken place. So my warning is that even if we have to take maybe another week and resolve the problem, rather than saying, let's do this so that we can place the student, and the rest of the issues, we shall see what we are going to do. Let us not make that mistake again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think your concerns are noted. I just want to make one last request so that we agree. There is a proposal that we are delinking placement from funding. Do we agree that? Is that what we are agreeing? We are delinking funding from placement so that the placement process can be able to kickstart. And then these other simulations, we can now be able to move forward and agree and see how, for example, if we agree we are going to fund at 35%, then 65%, then the 35% which is not there, the household will have to meet that. So that we move forward and make, because this is something that we can discuss until tomorrow. So I'll give, as we conclude that, I hope we are the people who are going to speak are either going to second or something. Professor Hajab and then Shipe.
The moment we place students, the assumption is that they are government sponsored. We have to make it very clear, even to the students.
Yes.
They are being placed, but it doesn't mean they are funded.
True.
Because the moment we place them, what message are we telling the students? We have to be very clear, otherwise we'll go back to where we came from.
Okay, that is noted. Professor
Shibairo.
Yes.
I was saying I'm going to support you, that we are doing blessing. And then number two, we also need to pronounce that we are also increasing the fees. Those two.
Thank you. I think, Mercy, the feedback is that when we are placing, it needs to come out clearly that placement does not mean government sponsorship. Government sponsorship.
We talk about distinguishing that this placement, although it's called government-sponsored whatever placement, it doesn't mean that it means money straight away. Money will have to be looked for somewhere. I don't know what that means legally. The lawyers in the house can be able to tell us.
Thank you. I think we are done with that. We now move to the next level. I will. Okay. I want to request the PS to come and comment on this issue as she takes us to the next level. Thank you very much for your contributions. We are still open for more contributions. You can think about this and give us, I can see many of us are in deep thought. It is a weighty matter, but it is a matter that we must make progress on, and we have made progress on this today as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Well, I always knew that leadership would never be easy. And you as leaders, you also know that leadership is not easy. It's about making difficult decisions. It's about coming through when there's a crisis. I am fully immersed in this crisis, and I think since I took office, I have done nothing but try and see how we resolve this. Some things we will be able to do immediately, some may take a while longer. So for example, the issue about pending bills. We've been discussing it. It's not included in this budget. We are exploring, at this point let me just say, we are exploring at a very high level how to access resources outside of this budget to be able to resolve the issue of pending bills. So that's where we are at, and I'll be updating you frequently. So now let's get back to the situation we have. How do we fund students? There are two difficult decisions to make. I heard your cries. 48% doesn't work. We need 80%, or at least something near there. So if we choose 80%, okay, let me go back a little. So first of all, every student who got a C+ and above goes to university. Some may have to pay for themselves, some the government will pay. The message has been very clear. let the government pay for the students it can afford to pay. As government, we only have 15 billion. Some of this money, and I really wish these discussions had come when the MPs were here, because these are some of the discussions we'll have with them, but it would have been easier when they were here. They left sooner. So the government has only given us 6 billion, 6 point something billion, and the 9 billion will be released by those who exit. So we have 15 billion. And you know the experience with government is the likelihood that this money will be increased is not there. And that's why we wanted Mose from Treasury to come and make a statement. So difficult decisions have to be made. We have 15 billion shillings for this academic year. So how do we plan? We can choose 80% DUC, but that means we fund fewer students. We can choose to fund all the students, that means 38% DUC, which is totally unacceptable in terms of worsening our crisis. So I've had two figures mentioned here. Whoever is moving, let's see simulation 2. Okay, the table, okay, there. Because we have to make difficult decisions. And then all the other issues about revising DUC and how we source extra funds going forward, that comes later. And it's inevitable because some universities like the Dan Kimathi admit students in May. We are in March. So we have to make a decision here collectively, which we all own and face the consequences and move forward. And I think it's a more pragmatic way than decisions being imposed. You just wake up one day, you hear cutoff. You wake up one day, you hear 48, 66. You're asking yourself, how did it happen? But here we are gathered here and we are saying, this is our situation, this is our problem. Let us own it, let us, share views and decide what will work best for us. So with this simulation, the second simulation, if we choose to increase school fees by 32,000, so that means the new school fees will be 48,000. This is what this simulation is telling us. So if we choose that we are paying for all the needy, we've worked with Ringara, we've identified all the needy. Then we are taking care of merit, because students who get A and A minus, really, they should be motivated, even to motivate others to also aim to achieve. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that there are those, or maybe a majority of those, who are rich and may not actually require the money. So that's something that we take cognizance of as well. So assuming that we take 80% DUC, with the initial calculation that we are only going to pay for 82,000, we would still have a deficit of 247 million. At 80% DUC, we'd pay for a smaller number. I think it was about 81,000, and we would still have a deficit, despite the fact that the fees would be 48,000. I really would like us to focus on this, because I think all the ideas are kind of converging on this simulation. Then I heard Professor Gateru say, why don't we go with 65? So if we did another simulation, I'm sure that with 65, we are likely to move the number of students we are going to fund from 81, maybe up to about 100,000. And that would leave 73,000 out, who would then hopefully be able to join on parallel, on module 2. So if that was the case, then as Ringera continues to work through his figures, if we had this average of 65 DUC, we would probably be able to fund 100,000 students. And then, once the means testing instrument is done, some might actually require the full 80%, the full 80% of DUC, those who are extremely, extremely poor. But I'm sure we can work with that. So what we would like is really some guidance from you to help us make some decisions that we can share, some proposals that we can share at a very high level so that a pronouncement is made. And I understand that this is rather hurried, but it is the situation we find ourselves in. Placement or whatever, some pronouncements have to be made so that we move ahead with this process. That is my plea. Thank you.
So we want to make headway, and the chair of the public universities will give a few comments, then we can proceed with the program on the way forward. Remember, we were supposed to have lunch. Thank you.
Before I left there, Professor Nain wanted to make a suggestion. I would request him be allowed to give a suggestion, and then we move forward and finish with this issue. Professor Naina.
I think we have had the dilemma, what the PS is saying. We also try to see how really we can deal with the issue. But I was thinking probably for now, we could take 65 and work on that.
Anybody with a different opinion? Yes, there is a lady there.
Thank you. I'm wondering, when we say 65, is private part of the placement? That is what I wouldn't want to hear. If it is, then 65.
Is anybody else who want to make a different comment before we bring this issue to an end? Professor Rajab, Professor Ngateru, and then we will summarize what people have said and we'll bring the issue to an end.
And another clarification we would want to hear is, do we place everybody? We need to hear that. Thank you.
There is somebody, Professor Ranjab, and then Professor Uchola.
What's wrong with this lady? What I understood myself is that everybody will be placed, but then we found at 65%, isn't it? But my question is, how will we select the students, the ones who are going to benefit? Because at that percent, we are not funding everybody of the ones who are placed. Some will fall out, and then they'll have to do module 2. How are we going to select the students who are going to be funded? It's very important for us to also know.
Professor Ochola, and I think then
Chair,
we can...
the way I understood is that this 65% is also going to give us the number of students that are going to be placed. Let us not split hairs. By law, if COOP say these are government-placed students, they are sponsored. So what COOPS is going to say that this is the cut-off point for government-placed students. The other remaining ones will apply parallel. If we don't go that route, we'll be going back and forth, and we'll not be talking about 65. So by 65% is going to give us where we're going to do the cutoff. And if we don't do that, then what will be happening is that eventually we will be going back and forth in terms of the percentages.
I think we need to agree on this. Oh, Professor Ngateru, and then I can summarize.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, and it's not a different view. I agree with the 65%, and I think from private universities we support that. And the thinking is also, as we said earlier, or the chairman, I want the chairman to hear. So, yeah, I was just saying briefly, as private universities, we support the 65%. And the idea is that we are not funding universities. And I think we need to remove that from any, whether it's public or private, we are funding students. Then once the students are placed wherever they choose to go, the 65% follows them. So we are in support of the same.
I think if I may summarize, and if I don't get it right, Mr. Munari or the PS can clarify. One, we have been requesting the fees be increased to 48,000. That option there raises fees to 48,000. So we should be clapping and very happy. Number two, with the 65% is about 100,000 students being sponsored for at that 65% with the money available. And then it means that 100,000 students will be placed and paid for by the government. Because COOPs cannot place people who are not going to be sponsored by anybody. People will take us to court. If you look at the act, it says COOPs will place government-sponsored students in universities. If you place them and you don't sponsor them, you will be attracting litigation. There are lawyers seated here. So 100,000 will be sponsored from by the government. The fees will raise to 48,000 for the first years. For the first years, it's very important. Continuing students will continue paying what they were admitted to pay, which is basically 16,000. There will be no increment for second for the continuing students. And I think the press need to be clear on that. Because when they write and they say fees has been increased, it is very bad. We are talking of first years who will join in September with a specific contract with independent universities to pay increased fees. Continuing students, no fees increment. And then we place 100,000 at DUC of 65%. Done. Madam Pierre.
And just to add that even the 48%, we want to see how HELB can be empowered, and Charles is here, so that the difference of 32%, they can be funded by HELB. 32,000, sorry. So the communication we are saying is that it is important that the funding for the most needy out of the fees that will be increased will be catered for by HELB. Thank you very much for that. You know, I hope it is one. Yes, sorry?
The fees there is Sorry, I'm just looking at the table.
Yes.
I'm not saying, it's just a correction.
Next level. Maybe there was a question. Yes, John. There was a question that I am requesting Geoffrey to explain, and maybe Moses here can also explain. The line for private universities and the line for public universities are different. The majority of this discussion is mainly for public universities. But even when you look at this formula already that the PS was showing here, it is 136 OMB placed. That means another maybe 35 or thereabout are being released for module 2. It's automatically going there. A question has been asked, how will you then identify these students? And I think simple. If COOPs can be allowed to finish their work quickly, then the same way that we wait for COOPs to finish work, so that then we open the HELB loan application forms, which takes us another 3 months, is the same way the grant will also do. So they will also apply for that government sponsorship, which means they will also require some time to collect all the applications and then be able to allocate the 15 billion to the students who are there. More importantly, this is only affecting the new student, whether fee increment or whatever it is, or this system, it is about the first years into next year and does not affect the current student that you are currently having. Thank you. And to make things easier, maybe Charles, what we will do, we will work with HELB so that the students don't have to apply again. So we will use the same application forms for HELB so that we can determine the ones that we shall be able to give grants. Because this is the same government. If you subject people to apply for grants, again you're asking them to apply for a loan, another one for, soon will be everything. So we will use the same, these are things that we shall now agree internally in operation, so that when you apply for HELB loan, if you are able to get a full loan, then you should be able to get that grant. It follows that way. Then we can be able to fund the students. It will be able to help everyone moving forward. So as we come to the way forward, there are things that we had discussed here since yesterday. I just want to capture a few as we move along. The document is quite long, but some of the key issues we discussed are they are in this document, which we shall be sending to you in your email so that you can be able to review them. But I'll just mention one or two things, and we have already created clear timelines. Number one, on the issue of pending bills of 60 billion, we are saying that we are going to prepare a cabinet memo by 31st of March 2023 to request the National Treasury on immediate ways in which they can be able to propose how we can be able to clear the pension bills that are outstanding, because pension you cannot write off. So that we will have a discussion with them by writing a cabinet memo by 31st of March. Secondly, on PAE, we shall be seeking for a write-off in the same cabinet memo by 31st. That is 18 billion. And then on the money not remitted for CBAs, in the same cabinet memo, we shall be asking for arrears to be paid. And then the other key issue, I'm just touching on the most important ones, is number two, universities to diversify operations in alternative, that is alternative revenue. We are saying that by end of this financial year, we want to, the university councils and the universities, to ensure that all fees are collected at 100%. They should be able to start create an endowment fund. Introduction of short professional courses will be incorporated. This document I'll share to each one of you. Leasing of campus and to raise rental income by end of this financial year, we want to see each university submitting and how much they'll be able to expect. Setting up of business in idle land, F is investing in branded merchandise, which these are your own suggestions, not Monari has said. These were the suggestions that were made here, so that it is not said that I went and said somewhere. Enhancing new media presence, this was your submission. Enhancing public-private partnerships. This we have said by 1st of July, each university should be able to give us a roadmap, which will be able to give the amount of money that you will expect from alternative funding, and which will be implemented in the next financial year. We go to the issue of governance. VCs, DVCs to be appointed by university councils rather than PSC, universities to engage state agencies such as PSC and CU to influence the running of institution, appointment of chancellors, VCs, members of councils to be reviewed and expedited. Only prominent people with requisite experience will be appointed as chairpersons, chancellors. You remember what you all said. This will require amendments of the Universities Act. This will be submitted through the working party by May of 2023, and immediately it can be working. So we have given clear timelines. This is on governance. Number 4, leveraging on technology to deliver university education. Lower internet costs and Ministry of ICT to connect universities. We are going to request for a cabinet memo, and that is by the Ministry of Education, and this should be presented to the cabinet by 31st of April 2023, so that we don't mix the issue of funding and the issue of technology, the issue of ICT, which you strongly talked about here, lowering of ICT. We have agreed that this will be done by 31st, is it 30th of April? Now the months 30th and 31st is becoming hazy. For the councils, your proposals here, setting up of a centralized data management system for all universities. This will be done by the fund and the councils, we are saying by the end of the financial year. Leverage on universities' ERP, automate 100% university operations and records by 31st of April, 30th of June, sorry. Digitize, work with university to digitize marketing and attract more students by 30th of June. Implement online and blended learning to reduce operational costs by 30th of June. Universities should draw technology and enhance research by 30th of June, also showing the cost-saving measures and how much will be saved by the universities. Number 5, incentivize faculty to engage in research and innovation. This is immediate. Enhance postgraduate training, e-resource, e-library, immigration processes to be simplified for participation of visiting lecturers, scrap taxation on donations and on research, enhance staff retention. This will be done by the Commission for University Education in collaboration with university councils and the Ministry of Education, and this should be done immediately by the end of this financial year. Review of fees. We have agreed here that fees will be raised from the current 16,000 to 48 and may be considered to a maximum of 96. For the next cohort, that is September, and this will be done by cabinet memo for approval by 31st of March this year. And this will have a two-tier funding where one is a base funding, the proposal that I presented, and other based on university performance. Fees will be shared among 3 entities, that is the student, universities, and national government. D, proper allocation of DUC would fund the number of students it can afford on merit and need-based, as we have discussed. This will be done through a cabinet memo by March 31st. Strategic CBA negotiations. Councils to negotiate minimum compensation with government, and then this level of negotiations will involve ministry, treasury, SRC, SCAC, and other government agencies. At this level, unions will be involved in the negotiations will not be involved in the negotiations initially until the councils and the ministry agree on the amounts that will be, they will go with to negotiate with the unions. Once they agree the minimum amount, then they can go and start negotiating with the unions on compensation. Because as you've heard, the councils, the universities are complaining they are never involved. Or if they are involved, the funding is not available. So the ministry, treasury, SRC, SCAC and other agencies that are involved will have to negotiate. And this also will be included in the memo that will go to cabinet for approval. And compensation levels will be published and minimum levels agreed upon by the government and the unions. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. I know many of us, the sugar levels have gone down, but those are the resolutions that we have discussed and they were given by yourselves. If there is something that I've added by myself, kindly tell me. Or I have omitted. Right sizing.
Yeah, because we need some money. Madam PS and protocol observed. Yeah. So I was talking about DG, the issue. Some of us who have started the process of right sizing, where we need some money to do separation. And I think one of our colleagues is already having issues. And I didn't pick it from there, I don't know. Maybe.
That's a good one. We'll put something on rationalization.
Yeah, to restructure, right size, rationalize, and we need some funding.
I think that PS can be included in the cabinet memo. Yeah, we'll add it here. Rationalization. Thank you for that. That is quite important, and it was left out. I hope it is 1 minute. Not even it's something to add. We forgot, so that we don't open another can of worms.
No, please. I just want to thank everyone for the contributions. Mine is, I think there are some very critical areas that on sustainability that we have discussed. It will be very important that a small group of us be established to come up with a strategic paper or approach that will operationalize some of these, like faculty, research, innovation, so that we have some models that will be will reflect the Kenyan university. I am just thinking that that will be very useful, so that we can put together a small group, come up with how we can address those. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the PS has heard that. She will be able to comment when she gives. Thank you for that. It is my pleasure to request Professor Vincent Machuki to give his comments as we conclude this session. Thank you. On the way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CEO. And you can be sure that a lot of deliberations have taken place, and I'm here to just to consummate all that has been discussed, but then just also provide some kind of a way forward with regard to what has been discussed over here. So, Madam Secretary and your team and the Vice Chancellors, I'll just seek your indulgence for a few minutes, not more than 10, to highlight a few things here and there out of these deliberations. There is somebody that I gave some template. It should be projected. So that to merge the deliberations that took place at Kenya School of Government along which CEO has given some way forward. But as I was seated here, listening very keenly, I have also factor analyzed all the deliberations, and I want to project here for your consensus so that over and above what the CEO University Fund has given, I want to seek concurrence for my update. And as I wait, I just wanted to, Professor Kiama there and Akala, is that Professor Akala? Yes, and who else? Okay, these two, but also Mercy there. There is this question that came out when you talk about governance reform and in the universities with regard to the appointment of vice chancellors, chairs of councils, and so forth. Professor Kala, this question needs to also go, and then there will be some kind of deliberation. Have we interrogated why the Universities Act was revised to transfer the function of hiring vice chancellor to Public Service Commission? Have we interrogated the reason? Maybe that is just a question all of us can interrogate. Now, there is something that I've developed here. I think those of us who are doing some recalibration, our speaker here can be, yes, that one. If you check on areas that have been deliberations that have taken place here, there is number one, there are priority areas. I want us to agree on them. First is innovative, sustainable financing. And there are a number of specific interventions that have been discussed over here. Number two, data reforms. Somebody can score up. Number two is data reforms. Number three, governance and administrative reforms. Number four, university mission. That came out during the deliberations. Number five, pending bills. That has already been looked at. Number six, student fees. It has been deliberated extensively. And number seven, general or pertinent higher education reforms. So if we go up again at the beginning, this template, I come from this area called strategic planning, and I'm so obsessed with action plans. An action plan must have a priority area, some specific interventions, the activities that you can measure, and on physical or policy implication, this is where you are going to be very clear what policy change that will be required. You'll be very clear what is the fiscal implication. Fiscal implication is how much savings, how much revenue. We want to quantify that. Then there are proposals on specific timelines, who will be responsible, and will be able to monitor the status given the timeline. Now, I would not want to go into the very specific details here because we have the information. We have everything that has been presented here. what I want to do is to seek your consensus on the 7 listed items so that Madam PS here, the team from University Fund, HELP, CUSPS, and the State Department will then summarize all that has been presented here to be very specific, and we will be requiring more especially the responsibility, the timelines, and the physical policy implications. For my own sake, I will be extracting that column and just indicating that the Vice Chancellors have engaged and they have agreed on these 7 areas. The specific interventions are here. The financial and the policy implications where change is required to be facilitated. These are the ones. And the timeline is this one. And the responsibilities, there are areas where specific Vice Chancellors will be responsible. There are areas where the Principal Secretary will be responsible. There are areas where Principal Secretaries of other state departments would be responsible. There are areas where Cabinet Secretaries would be responsible and will be able to indicate that, and then we are able to measure. So that is what I needed to be clear about, those 7 priority areas. And I want to answer a question that came from Professor Bosire here with regard to research and how you can develop a model and all that. So if you check on innovative sustainable funding, there is quite a lot, and if you check intervention number 3 there, number 2, and there will be others, diversify revenue streams, there will be quite a number of them, including commercialization of research, innovations, and everything, right? When you go to data reforms, yesterday there was a whole lot of confusion that there is no system that centralizes and harmonizes data. The entire value chain in the higher education sector does not have data that is reliable. And that is where specific interventions are required with specific reference to the system that was presented by CEO of University Fund, and all of us contributed into that. So those contributions will be going here, and then government and administrative, governance and administrative reforms. Vice Chancellor Moi, you are very specific question that you have asked here. Professor Kama, the reforms that you undertook, Professor Kiama, and all of us, it will be very clear what kind of reforms at university level. And this is the appointment of vice chancellors, appointment of chairs of council and chancellors and all that. They will go into that particular aspect. Now, if we go to number 4, so that I don't really take a lot of time, university mission, a lot of questions were being asked here. For universities to be able to specialize in particular areas, and they get to be known for particular programs. So that if you have University of Nairobi, or if you have JUST, or if you have Karatina, it should be very clear what is the niche, so that you do not have duplication of programs, you do not have universities opening and operating campuses in various regions in this country, when you can actually have a university in charge of agriculture, if it is education and so forth. That came out very clearly, and it is something that I picked. Then the pending bill is clear, student fees, there is consensus that has already been reached at. And then number 7, those reforms in the education sector where you need particular specific areas that cut across that are not specific to a university, but they are specific to the ministry and the sector at large. So those are the 7 areas that I want to see consensus on. Then we will be able to populate the rest once we have agreed on those 7. Yes, Professor Kama.
Thank you very much for that matrix you have presented there, which focuses various aspects. There is an area on technology, leveraging technology. I think is an issue which came up quite well from our presentations from yesterday and today, leveraging technology to solve a number of other issues there. Now, the issue of, you are calling it lynching. This lynching aspect, Professor Machuki, I have got to tell you that we have not reached consensus on that lynching, and we have got to be very clear on that because we are talking about very pragmatic things here. Assuming Kisi University is made to specialize in a program of law, Egerton is made to specialize in agriculture, and then another university is made to specialize maybe in other areas. Really, I don't know how, as much as you are saying that you are going to fill the empty columns there, I don't know how a university will be identified that this is, I don't know who will be doing it, that this is what a university should specialize in. And then again, obviously then, if we go that way, universities will not be viable in terms of resources and in terms of the number of students. And we know that. And it will really cause a lot of challenges. Let me tell you this thing here. We try to invent the wheel here in our country, in university education, and maybe sometimes this wheel has been invented elsewhere. Universities in the Western world, nobody chooses a niche they want to specialize in. It is something which grows organically. So that a university is known that...
sorry, Professor Kama, it's something that I just need to... If you are not comfortable with niching, say niching is not something that is an area we want to look at, so that your view is taken instead of again...
And by the way,
yes,
in defining what a university is, when you go into niching, then a university is no longer a university, it becomes an institute. We have got to understand exactly what is the meaning of a university. What I know can be done, and is being done all over the world, is give specific classification of universities. We'll have a group of universities known as technical and applied science universities.
Exactly. Now, what is your proposal in terms of the nomenclature of that thematic area? What is your proposal?
My proposal is that the so-called niching thing may not work.
What is it that you are proposing?
I'm proposing...
Yes. What is the name? To replace niching.
What is it in the name?
To replace niching. What is it? So we talk of university classification.
University classification.
Okay.
And it should be done very broadly. There will be universities which will be specializing in technology and applied sciences. And then there will be universities who will be specializing on what we call comprehensive. Not really specializing, but they are known as comprehensive universities. Otherwise, this niching thing, and let us not talk about copying what Rwanda is doing. Rwanda is not a good example to copy. So that reaching thing is very complicated and need to be looked into properly with a lot of sobriety.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. So, any other comment? There is Professor Kiama, Muluvi. They will decide who will come first because they are seated together.
Yes, I want to be very brief on two issues. You asked whether we interrogated why the appointment of vice chancellors and the DVCs was taken to the Public Service Commission. And I want to tell you for sure, we indeed. Do you want to know the answer?
Let me say this, Prof.
I can give you the answer.
As we get into the reforms, and that proposal is put across as it has come, right? It should be very clear based on a rationale, not just a proposal. So if there is, if there is, you don't need to, but for the purpose of information,
I can say,
yes.
It's not very controversial. The thinking was the councils as constituted then could not be able to appoint a serious vice chancellor. That was the thinking. And then we said, let's reform the way the councils are appointed. And we made recommendations which expired in the bill, which is, was in the last parliament. We had addressed the issue of the appointment of council members and the chairman. So that the way it is being done now, when the advertisement is done, then people with the PhD who are looking for a job or master's degree apply, then we get members of council who may not provide oversight and advice to the management. So we made comprehensive recommendations on that. So we still believe it can be done by the councils, but then we also reform the way the council members are appointed.
Very good.
Number two, I also want to echo what Professor Kama is saying. In our presentation to the Presidential Working Party, we talked of classification of universities. And we gave like 6 broad classifications.
Very good.
But then we also advised on the procedure, which could be used to do it. There must be a lot of internal consultations within the universities themselves. Then they decide which route they are taking. So if this information is required like tomorrow or the day after tomorrow or maybe next week, those internal consultations, which are very critical for university to decide whether it wants to be a comprehensive university, whether it wants to be a university of science and technology, whether it wants to be a postgraduate or even a research university and so on, we thought that the universities themselves were to provide for it, but then a mechanism of universities applying on which classification they want it to be. We agree with it, but call it classification.
Perfect.
Because if you say, for example, agriculture environment is a niche, out of the 100,000 students who are going to do, the ones who are going to do environment and agriculture, might be very few to sustain a university of agriculture and environment. I went there.
So Professor Muluvi, what I need to get from here, instead of university niching, it is university classification, right? And the timelines are provided. If it is something that will require time for consultation, we will not want to rush it, right? It will be done and there will be a process so that everybody is involved for purposes of us moving together. This is, the 7 items here are the things that are going to be very high level update so that the specifics will be coming through given the timelines that are there, and the low-lying fruits will be there, the short term and the medium term and the long term. So it is clear. As I saw the hands there was Professor Muluvi, Kiam, and then now Professor Wainaina, who comes. Those are the very 3 senior ones. Okay. And I think, Prof, it's just about whether you agree with these 7 areas.
I just want
because
to...
we don't want again to open a discussion on that.
Actually, I will be very brief.
Sure.
I just want to talk on 5. When you talk of the pending bills, there is A and B. A are those bills that actually we are asking for a waiver because they were not there. We are being asked for money that we were never given. And that is something that can be done almost immediately. The second one is where there are issues like pension, which we are saying that is not something to waive. This money belongs to members of staff. They are retiring, and therefore that money should be paid. And because we know also that the government is struggling, that money can be staggered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In that pending bills, what is going to be required as part of the interventions is actually very clear, accurate data and the classification, and then the interventions, the activities required there. We already have the data, and I think PS has taken a lot of effort to gather data from you. I only needed consensus that pending bills is a priority area for my packaging. Professor Kiama.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Can you just go, I wanted to see the 3 and 2, I just forgot what was this. Yeah.
Yes, somebody to score?
Yeah. No, up, I just wanted to see.
Number 1?
Yes, our governance, etc. Yeah, so just to say, these areas I do capture very clearly the discussion we have had here. I concur that it is, we can proceed with this. If we work on this, I think we are going to see impact. If we work on these areas, including what you're talking about, the contentious areas of niche. I think this has been a debate for a long time. You know, most of the universities have started off as a constituent colleges. And when they did this, they borrowed programs from the mother university. And they continue to expand. But when they were started, there was some thinking. It's possible to revisit that thinking and see how far have we deviated from that original thinking. Because even as we are talking about student numbers, etc. So I think this, if we follow this, we may get somewhere. In another 2-3 years, we will start to see impact here.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Yes, sir.
Professor Rajab, I'll be very brief, but I want to just re-echo what Professor Wainaina has said. This pending bill is not very clear. What about outstanding payments, like CBAs? Is it within the pending bills?
Prof.
Yes.
Rajabu,
yes.
I think I need to go to the top. Let's go to the top.
Okay.
That is a priority area.
Yes.
Then you have specific interventions.
Yes.
Pending bills are of different types, right? And the data has been already submitted. So what was your question? Because you have specific interventions and then the activities, what is to be done, and the policy implications, timeline, responsibility, and the status. So let me then understand your question.
I did submit myself data also.
Yes.
I did.
Yes.
But in my data which I submitted, pending bills was what universities owed. What about what is owed to the universities? Is it within that pending bill priority area as you put it?
Yes.
Because when I submitted data, they were different.
Yes. That is what the data you submitted is going to form part of the interventions that we are going to, that is going to be addressed or to be put across. Yes. Okay, good. Now, one very important aspect here is that some of the interventions here we need to prioritize. And the prioritization, as I was listening, is that if you don't have adequate, valid, reliable, accurate data, you may not address some of these things. Because I want to just have witnesses here, and that Professor Kiama will be my witness. Professor Kiama, question comes, how much is this aspect of payee or pensions or this from all universities? Then the total amount is presented, right? How much is it from University of Nairobi, from University of Kabianga, and so forth and so on? Then, when you get to look at the figure from University of Nairobi, another question is asked. On what basis? You see that? You go down and down. So, that data reform becomes what? Priority. So that we have accurate, reliable, and valid data. And I hope that conversation is going to be initiated so that we provide that. Now, as I exit, these are the 7 areas, and I will be able to populate and have the specifics. But now, most importantly, is that we are moving into the next financial year, and some of the interventions that we are going to have here that will touch on you as the leaders of the universities may require to actually feature in your performance contracts. So start thinking and looking at your performance contracts, but there will be communication from the ministry, because fortunately, I have also been tasked to look at the performance contract tool in the public sector. I'm reviewing together with the other stakeholders so that we look at some of the interventions there, largely based on the new administration's agenda. And all of you know that, Professor Kiama, I'm calling you all the time because at one point I signed a PC, or I've been signing a performance contract with you, and you have there big 4 agenda, yeah? Implementation of the president's pronouncements, right? They couldn't be different right now, right? So all those are things that we are looking at, and therefore be thinking on that. So I don't want to take time. I want to address the issue that was raised by Professor Kama on leveraging technology. Vice Chancellors, you may realize that leveraging technology cuts across in almost all these aspects. So where you have the specific interventions, like for example, in innovative and sustainable financing, you can actually have, as part of the intervention there, specific intervention, leveraging on technology. I only picked these 3, and this benefited from Professor Munuvi's presentation, right? Yes, just for purposes of illustration, right? So, the priority area is innovative and sustainable financing. How will you do that? You can leverage on what? Technology. When you go to data reforms, there is an aspect of technology that comes there, isn't it? And so forth and so on. So technology, there are specific interventions that technology will be leveraged on. Okay, so I've addressed the issues. Yes, Prof. And I think that will be the last one, then
thank you
I will exit the stage.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. We highly appreciate, and if it is possible also that we can get this template, that will be very good so that we can work according to the way you have presented. Secondly, the last item is on student, I think it was student fees.
Yes.
The last item. And I was thinking that I think it will be captured the way it has been mentioned here, that the 100,000 students will be funded, and it is important that these students are funded in the respective institutions that they go, so that it is actually the 65% money should follow the student where they have been placed, because actually funding student is more critical and not the institutions.
Yes, Prof.
Yes, yes, yes.
You know, I'm not going to change the agreement that has been arrived at here. Madam PS and Professor Munuvi, you have gone through this engagement and you did not see me comment. I needed you to agree, and you have agreed on the way forward. I'm picking that for student fees, this is the consensus, isn't it? It was already done. I'm only picking as a priority area for action, isn't it? Everything is done. So the moment we agree these are the 7 areas, the rest of the activities here, presentations have been made here, and rapporteurs have captured everything, and there are teams here. The team from the State Department of Higher Education, you have HELP, you have CUSPS, you have university funding, university fund. Those are the teams that are going to have all those together, so that at the different levels, like now I can say here that on Monday, very early in the morning, I will not do a very detailed brief. I'll just brief on the 7 areas. And then say, look, the very specific granular data and everything will be coming in another 2-3 days or in another 1 week. By that time, everything that has been presented here has been well classified, put where it fits, and then Professor Muluvi there is the representative of all vice chancellors. You will have a feel of what is it that is going forward, so that we do not misrepresent your views. That is all that I needed consensus from here. So we agree on that. Thank you very much, Madam PS.
Thank you, Professor Machuki. Thank you, everyone. We are coming close to the end of our conference. And let me take this opportunity then to say a big thank you to everyone, and probably give an indication about the next steps after this, of course, even before the PS comes to address us. That a lot of information will be communicated to individual universities, individual vice chancellors immediately after this, if there is need to demonstrate what it is required thereafter. I see ourselves from the University Funding Board having an opportunity to have other mini workshops as we proceed on any particular issue that is required outside of this. Because we see quite a number of issues that seem to need more conversing, more discussions, even as we proceed and take this route. That one we shall be communicating as we proceed on. And if there is another issue that requires detailed conversations, again, we shall communicate with the vice chancellors and see what actions need to be taken. Plus, we are looking for opportunities to bring different people to discuss about some of these particular issues as we proceed on, even next year or next year but one. we shall be looking for experts in different ways to come and speak about any of these particular areas to the Vice Chancellor, so that at least we are properly informed even as we continue with the reforms agenda. May I take this opportunity then to call the PS, Beatrice Muganda, and Dr. Beatrice Muganda, State Department of Higher Education and Research, to come and close our meeting and give us a blessing to as we proceed. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear leaders. It is amazing how much we have achieved in 2 days. It might have been at the expense of some of your lunches and comfort, and I apologize for this. You are getting a taste of how we work, as ministers and principal secretaries. It's all coming together and cascading downwards, including the performance contract. You can count on my support because whatever you deliver, I will also be judged on the same. So we will work together closely. We want to transform the university. There's what you will do, there's what we will do. And I believe that His Excellency will also hold our hands. I want to thank you very much for all your contributions and for the optimism that you have fueled in this process. And I know that the future will be very bright. I want to wish you very safe journeys when you go back. I'm your sister. We will work together. We shall build each other. We shall grow together. And most of all, our universities will thrive again. Thank you. I don't know if Professor Gong is still here to come and pray for. Okay, Professor Shivairo wants to say something, and then come over. And since you have volunteered, you'll pray for us.
May we stand up and pray? Our Father who is in heaven, we want to thank you this evening, this afternoon. You have been kind to us, oh God. We want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to develop the nation in the area of education and especially higher education. We thank you for giving health to the many speakers who are here. We thank you for giving us the idea. Lord, we pray that what we have decided, that you will have a good way of papa, that in the end you shall transform the higher education, especially the university sector. We thank you for the resources that are there. They may sound little, but with your wisdom, they do marvelous things. We want to pray for the President of the Republic of Kenya. May you touch him, the minister, the PS, grant them favor in whatever they do. I also want to pray for the Vice Chancellors who have a big mandate in piloting the universities, that when they leave here, the universities will go in the right direction. We pray that you give us good journey mercies. In Jesus' name I pray and believe.
Lunch is provided, lunch or dinner is provided where we had it yesterday, please. Lunch and the dinner combined at the same time. Thank you very much.